Okay, let's start by working on the Utils class, but before that, let's close all these extra panels. Let's start from the beginning. I should have put some comments before every one of these methods, but the names are descriptive and we know that what we are going to do. For example, for the first method in here, add item to cart, we know that we need to add this ID to our cart tables. Let's comment all of these. But before we start working on the database inside the constructor, in here I need to have access to my database. Let's define the database in here. I can say private static shop database. Let's call it database. And inside the constructor, I can say database is equal to shop database.getInstance. We need to pass our context in here as well. Inside the add item to cart, I can simply say database.cartItemDAO.insert and I can pass my ID. That's all we need to do inside this method. The next one is update the rate. We are updating the grocery item, so let's create that method inside our grocery item DAO. At update, I can simply say void update and I can receive the grocery item. Later on, inside my Utils class, before everything, I can say item.set rate to the new rate, and after that, simply I can call database.groceryItemDAO.update and I can pass my item. That's all. We don't need this extra code in here, so let's comment all of them. And also let's minimize this method. For adding a review, we just need to add a review to our review table. In here we can simply say database.reviewDAO.insert and we can pass our review. But the return type of this method is a boolean. We know that we are accessing our database in the main thread, so whenever this line of code has been executed, means that the review has been inserted into our database. So after that, we can simply return true. We don't need the extra code in here, so let's comment all of them. The next one is get review for some item. We need to create another method in our review DAO. Add query, select star from reviews, where grocery item ID is equal to a placeholder. After that, we can create our method. The return type would be a list of reviews. Let's call it get review for item. We need to receive the item ID. In our Utils class, then we can call this method. We can say an array list of review. Let's say reviews is equal to database.reviewDAO.getReviews for item by ID, and I need to pass the ID. But in here we have a problem because we are receiving the data inside our review DAO and the return type is a list. But in here we are saving them inside an array list. We need to do a casting here. We need to cast these items to array list of review. The reason that we are retrieving the data via this list inside the DAO object is because the room database won't accept the array list and it needs to be an interface like the list in here. Later on, we can use this list to cast it to different collections. For example, in here we are casting it to an array list. After that, we can simply return our reviews. Let's comment all of this extra code. The next method is init database. We don't need this method at all because we are calling an instance of our database inside the constructor, so it will create the initial values for the database for us. The next one is to get all the grocery items. we have that method inside our grocery item DAO. Once again, I can say array list of grocery item, let's call it items, is equal to, let's cast it to the array list of grocery item database dot grocery item DAO dot get all grocery items. And after that, we can simply return our items. The next method is init all items. We don't need this one as well. We are initializing our database inside an async task in our database class. The next one is searching for an item, and the return type is an array list. Let's create that method inside our grocery item DAO. Let's say query select star from grocery item, where the name is like the name that we are going to pass. Once again, the return type is a list of grocery item. Let's say search for item. Inside our Utils class, now we can call this method. We don't need this extra code, so let's comment all of them. We just need to return our items. Return items. The next method is to get 3 categories. We can create that inside our grocery item as well. Let's say at query select only category from grocery items. We can also limit the record to 3. Let's say a list of a string, get 3 categories, and we don't need to receive anything. In here we can say array list of a string, 3 categories, database dot grocery item DAO dot get 3 categories. After that, we need to return our 3 categories, and also we need to comment all of these. The next method is to get all categories. Let's create that as well. We simply need to copy the same, but we need to delete the limit part. Let's change the name of this method as well to get all categories. The next one is to get items by their category. Let's quickly create that as well. At query, select the star from grocery items, where category is equal to the category that we are going to receive. It will be a list of grocery item. Let's say get items by category. We need to receive the name of that category. In here we can call that method. Once again, array list of grocery item. The next method is to get all the cart items, and the return type is an array list of integer. Let's go to cart item DAO, and let's create that method. I can say query select a star from cart items. The return type is a list of integer. Later on we can call this method. Database.cartItemDAO.get all items. Return items. The next one is to get the items by ID. We need to do that inside the grocery item DAO. I don't think we have one. Okay, let's quickly create that. Query, select star from grocery items, where the ID is equal to the ID that we are going to receive. We know that it's going to be only one item, so let's say grocery item, get item by ID, and let's receive the ID. In our Utils class, we can call this method. Sorry, the input type of this method is IDs. It's an array list of integers, and we are looking for multiple items, not one item. I can change this one to a list of grocery items. And also we need to change this one in here as well. I can say an integer array of IDs, and instead of equal, I can say ID in a pair of parentheses inside our IDs. In here, before calling that method, we need to change this array list of integer to a simple integer array. I can say integer array, and let's call it item IDs is equal to new integer array, which its size would be our IDs.size. After that, we can create a for each loop for integer I inside our IDs. I can say item IDs with an index of I is equal to our IDs.get with an index of I. Now that we have this integer array, I can simply say an array list of grocery items is equal to, let's cast it to the array list of grocery item database dot grocery item DAO dot get items by ID, and I need to pass my item IDs. But I think I need to change the name of this method to items by ID. Let's do that, Shift plus F6. Okay, let's see what else do we have in here. But before that, I need to return these items and also comment these lines. In the next method, we are deleting one item from our cart, and after that, we are returning the array list of new items. So let's do that. First of all, I need to create a delete method inside my cart item DAO. Once again, like the insert in here, because the ID is a primitive data type, we can't use this at delete because it needs a class that has been annotated with entity. Instead, we can use the query, let's say delete from cart items, where the grocery item ID is equal to the ID that we are going to receive. The return type for this method would be void. Let's call it delete by ID. From Utils class, we can call this method. We can say database.cartItemDAO.delete by ID, and I can pass my item.getID. After this, I need to receive the new items inside the cart. I can say an array list of integer all items is equal to an array list of integer database.cartItemDAO.getAllItems. And after that, we need to return all items. Next method is to remove all the cart items. Let's create that method inside our cart items DAO as well. This time, I'm going to define a new query, delete from cart items, and no condition. I have a typo in here. Let's say void delete all items. Then I can call this method from this Utils class. I can simply say database.cartItemDAO.delete all items. We don't need to return anything, I just need to comment this line. The next one is to add a popularity point to our items. If you remember, we have used this method to add a popularity point to every item whenever the user buys one item. And the amount of popularity point is 1. As you can see in here, we are adding 1 popularity point after buying every item. For that, first of all, I need to receive an array list of all the grocery items. Let's call it all items is equal to our database, but before that, let's cast it. Database.groceryItemDAO.get all items. After that, we can create a for each loop for grocery item G inside all items. I think we have the logic down in here, so I'm not going to write it down once again. Instead, I'm going to change it. Let's delete this for each loop for now. And also let's comment this second all items array list. We don't need the shared preferences because we are connecting to the database. Inside this for each loop, we are looking that if the item's ID that we have received via the inputs of this method exists in our all items, and if it does, we are adding 1 popularity point. After that, we are saving it inside a new item array list, and after that we have saved these new items to the shared preferences down in here. But of course I don't need the shared preferences. Instead I can say for grocery item I inside new items, let's say database.groceryItemDAO.update, and we need to pass the I object. And the return type of this method is void, so we don't need to return anything. The next one is to increase the user point. If you remember, this method was helpful when we wanted to create our customized Recyclerview adapter. And in here we are adding some points to every item. For this method, I can simply say item.setUserPoint to item.getUserPoint plus the points that we are going to add. And after that, I can say database.groceryItemDAO.update our item. As simple as that. That was all of our methods, and I think we have changed everything. We don't need this getID method as well because the ID is a primary key and we have added it to our entity. So let's delete this one and let's see where in our application we have used it and where would be the problem. Let's take a look at all of these classes. The first error is in here. We don't need the ID in here inside the constructor that we are ignoring, and there is no error. The order object, review, we have another error in here, and that's in main fragment. We have deleted this init database method because we didn't need it. We have initialized our database in shop database class. So let's delete this one. Seems like our application is error-free, at least we don't have any compile time error. So let's test it, let's run it and see if we have done well. It seems like we have an error in here, and the error says that it's not sure how to cast the cursor to this list of integer. And that's because the return type in here is a simple array of integer. You can't cast the cursor that have been returned from this Sql command to a list of integers. Instead, it will be saved inside a simple integer array. But I think we will get an error inside our Utils class. Let's take a look at that. Inside this get cart items, we are receiving an array list of integers. Let's change this one a little bit. For instance, I'm going to say an int array of items is equal to the database.cartItemDAO.get all items, and after that I can create a for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than items.length, I plus plus. I need to create another array list in here before this for loop, array list of integer, all items, let's call it, is equal to new array list. And after that, inside the for loop, I can say all items.add the items with an index of I. After everything, I can return all items. In a real-world application, when you are working with your database, you probably wouldn't need an array list of integer to return, but I don't know for what reason we have returned an array list of integer, so I'm going to create one in here and after that return it. Probably in a real-world application, a simple array of integer would work as well. We have another array in here. Let's take a look at that. And here is the same problem. We can copy the logic from here. Let's copy all of these and replace it with this one. Okay, now we don't have any more errors. Let's try running it once again. We have another error in here, and error says that you have changed the schema but forgot to update the version number. So we need to uninstall the application and run it once again. Apps and notification. The name of the application was mainmon. Uninstall, okay. And let's run it once again. Seems like our application is working fine. At least we have received all items from here. If I click on one item, let's try adding it to cart, and we are getting a crash. The crash says in here that index is out of bound exception, and if you click on this utils.java, you will be navigated to this line of code where I have created this for each loop, where the I is the element itself and not the index, but I have treated it as the index in here and in here as well. I need to change this one to a for loop and not a for each loop. Let's say for int I is equal to 0, I less than IDs.size, and I plus plus. I can say item IDs with an index of I is equal to IDs.get I. Let's delete this one. Okay, let's try it once again. Kleenex, add to cart. It has been added to our cart, but it has added the spaghetti, not the Kleenex. I think in my cart DAO, I have made a mistake. In here, I'm retrieving all the items from my cart items, but if you remember from my cart item model, I'm saving both the ID and the grocery item ID. I don't need to retrieve all of the fields, I just need to retrieve the grocery item ID in here. Let's see what that does. If we take a look at our cart, you can see that this time it has been fixed. Now we can see Kleenex. Also, let's try deleting it. Let's say yes, it has been deleted successfully. Okay, let's try adding a review. Add a review, your name here, Maysam. For the review, let's say it was fresh. Let's try adding it, and it has been added successfully. If we go back and come back to our Axe body spray, it should be there. Let's try searching for an item from our search activity. Let's say Kleenex. And as you can see, we can see the Kleenex. Let's see if we can see all the categories. We can see the categories, but we haven't avoided the repetitive of the categories. If we go back to our utils inside this get all categories method, as you can see in the commented lines in here, we have avoided that problem. So let's uncomment all of these up in here. We also need to retrieve all the items from our database. So let's do that. Array list of grocery item, all items is equal to array list of grocery item database dot grocery item DAO dot get all grocery items. Of course, we need to delete this return from here, and I don't think we need this all categories from here. After everything, we need to return the categories that we have saved in here. So we basically just change this line from here to the line that you can see in here. I think we need to do the same thing for getting the 3 categories, because in there we need to avoid the repetitive as well. Let's copy this line from here. Let's delete the return statement. And also let's uncomment these lines. But before that, we need to paste our all items. And also we need to get all grocery items as well. We need to change the type of this one to grocery item. It could have been more efficient, but now that we have created it, it seems fine. Let's try running it once again and check if our category has been fixed. Let's go to search activity. Let's see all the categories. This time the items, the categories are not repetitive. Also, let's test the suggestion and the popularity point as well. The suggestion seems to work fine because we have clicked on the axe body spray. It has been added to the beginning of this array list. If you want to check the popularity point, you need to buy some object. For example, let's buy this cheese. I'm going to put some random text in here. Let's click on next. Let's select PayPal as the payment method. Let's click on finish. Our payment was successful. And as you can see, cheese has been added to the beginning of this element. Also, it has been added to the beginning of these suggested items as well. Okay, everything seems to be working fine. But before I finish this video, let me just tell you that this is not a good architecture to retrieve the data from your database or maybe add the data to your database. In future sessions, we will learn how we can write a solid code with a solid architecture in order to be respectful in the community and also for the good of our application as well. Also, you probably need to connect to your database inside a worker thread and not the main thread. So that's another bad point of this application. I just wanted to make it simple. But feel free to create an async task or maybe a service if you want from wherever you want to call these methods. Okay, this session is done. I hope you have learned something about databases. In the next session, we are going to work on YouTube and Google Map API, how you can show different YouTube videos in your application, and also how can you work with different features of Google Map in your application. That's going to be a short session. I believe it will take 2 hours, but it can benefit you a lot. See you in the next session. Hey guys, my name is Maysam, and in this session we are going to talk about content providers. We are going to talk about the concept of content providers. We are going to use other applications content providers. We also will create our own content provider for our applications. And also later on in this session we will create a widget for our application. We probably may talk about broadcast receivers and intent filters in this session as well. Okay, now let's talk a few minutes about the concept of content providers in Android.
By default, every application's data, including every database or every file, is only private to that application, and other applications cannot have access to those data. For example, if you create a database for your application, that database would be accessible only from your application and not by others. But if for some reason you want your data to be accessible from other applications as well, you need to create a content provider in your application. For example, the Contacts application on your phone has a content provider which you can use in your application to, let's say, insert new contact or maybe see the list of contacts from inside your application. Also, you can delete and update the user's contacts. There are a lot of applications in Android that have content providers. For example, the calendar application, the contacts application, the messaging applications, and a lot more which we will take a look at in this video. If you want to have access to those applications' data and maybe insert, delete, or update their data, you need to do that via the content providers. Whenever a developer creates a content provider, that developer must create a documentation and a reference for all the constants and different classes inside that content provider and publish it. For example, if we take a look at the Android developer's official website, you can see that there is a documentation for the contacts provider that I was talking about. Actually, this is a guide and you can read this page if you want. They have provided this documentation and also a lot of other references in order to tell the others if you want to use our provider, what you need to know. For example, all the constants that we have used in our provider, all of different classes and also different methods that are available for a provider. Later on, we will see all of them in action. But if you want to take a look at all of the providers available by default in Android system, you can come to this link in here, the provider package, and you can see all the providers available in this pane here. You can see that the alarm clock is available. You can use the providers to maybe block and unblock a number. There are all sorts of providers in here, the calendar provider, which we are going to work with in this video, the contacts provider, the telephony provider, which you can use to send and receive messages, I mean SMS and MMS, and those kind of stuff. Also a user dictionary, a voicemail provider. You can check all of the references and documentation if you want, but the one that I'm going to start with in this video is the calendar provider. Before you start working with other applications content providers, you need to add some permissions to your manifest file. Once again, you can find all of those permissions in the related documentation for that content provider. The one that I'm going to use in here is calendar read and calendar write. Let's do that in here. Uses permission. The first one, android.permission.read calendar and also write calendar. Like any other permission, the first thing that I'm going to do in my main activity would be to check that if my application has these permissions or not, and if needed, we are going to request for these permissions. So let's switch back to our main activity. We have seen how to check and ask for different permissions. We can say if activity compat.check self permission, we need a context, which I'm going to pass this. We need a string, which I'm going to say manifest.permission.read calendar. If it's not equal to package manager.permission granted, then we are going to request for that permission. Once again, I can say activity compat.request permission, this as the activity, a new string array for the permissions that we need, manifest.permission.read calendar, and also we need a request code to later on pursue with the result of this request. Let's do the same thing for the write calendar. I'm not going to write all that logic that we have seen in the previous videos for permissions, because it's not a real application and I just want to check for permissions and request for them. Because I'm the one that is going to grant or deny the permission, I don't need the on request permission result or anything. I'm just going to simply grant the permission at the first time. In this simple application that I'm going to create, I'm going to receive all the events inside my calendar. And the calendar that I'm going to use is Google Calendar, so it's both stored in my local device and also it will be saved in the cloud. There may be multiple calendars on your device. You may have a local calendar, you may have multiple local calendars, and also you may have one or more cloud calendars on your phone. So for that reason, because I'm going to use the Google Calendar with my account, I'm going to first receive the ID of that calendar that has been saved inside the Calendars application database. And the way you can do that is by saying cursor. We have seen cursors before when we wanted to retrieve data from a SQLite database. This is exactly the same. We are going to ask the content provider to look for the data inside the calendars application and retrieve the result for us. So the result would be a cursor. But there is a middle process in here, and that's between the content provider and the database of the other application. Basically, there can be multiple content providers in an application. All these content providers hand their requests to something called a content resolver. There is only one content resolver in every application. That content resolver will handle the request and will provide the data. You can have access to the content resolver by simply typing get content resolver inside an activity. Now that we have the content resolver, we can use the .query method in order to do a query on the calendars application database. You can see the parameters in here are different from querying a SQLite database. The first one is a URI. URI stands for Unique Resource Identifier, and basically it is the address of all the tables inside the other application. Also, it's a good point to say that content providers can provide content from a relational database, and also they can provide different files like images and audios as well. So the URI can be the address of some table or maybe even some row inside a relational database, or it may be the address of some files inside your device's storage. We will talk more about this URI in a few minutes. For now, let's just pass a URI in here. And the URI that I'm going to pass in here is going to come from the calendar's content provider. I can say calendar contract. Once again, this contract in here is a special class. You can check for the documentation to see what exactly this contract class is. It basically contains multiple constants that you can use in order to maybe query a database. For example, in here we have a calendars class which we can use it to have access to the content URI of the calendars table. We can pass this constant in here as the URI in order to access a specific table inside the calendars application database. The next arguments in here are the same as querying a SQLite database. The first one is a projection, meaning the columns that we want from that table. The columns that I'm interested in here is only the ID and the name of the calendar. Once again, if you want to check all the columns inside this table, check the documentation for the calendar's content provider. I can say new string in order to have multiple columns. I can say calendar contract dot calendars dot, let's say, ID. The next one, calendars contract dot calendars dot maybe name. The next argument is the selection argument. Once again, I'm going to pass no. And the last one is the select order, which I'm going to pass no. So this query in here is a lot like querying a SQLite database. We are passing the address of that table. After that, we are passing the projection, the columns that we are interested in, the selection and selection arguments, which is essentially the where clause in the SQL command, and after that a sort order. Now that we have this cursor, we can treat it as before. For example, first of all, we need to check that if our cursor is null or not. If it's not null, if cursor dot move to first. We have seen all of this before in database session. Let's say for int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get count, I plus plus. This one should be I. Let's create an empty string before all of these. Let's say string text is equal to an empty string. And after that, inside the for loop, let's say text plus equal id plus cursor dot get int. The first column that we have passed in here is id, so the index should be 0 in here. Let's also add a backslash n. Text plus equal name plus cursor dot get a string and 1 as the index plus a backslash n or 2 backslash n's. After creating our text, we need to move the cursor to the next record. We can say cursor dot move to next. These conditions and loops in here are helping us to iterate over our cursor item. We are creating a simple text and we are adding the ID and the name of all the calendars that have been found inside the calendar applications database. After all this logic, let's just toast the text. Okay, let's run our application and see if we can see any calendar returned. It's the first time, so it's asking me about the permission. Let's allow the permission. You saw that I had a calendar on my device, and that's because I created it before, but it wasn't my Google account. Let's log into my Google account inside the calendar application so that we could see my Google account. Now that I have logged into my account inside the calendar application, let's run our application once again and see if we can see the name of that calendar as well. As you can see, there are multiple calendars in here, and that's because Google Calendar will create multiple calendars for different holidays and birthday and everything for you, so they are all now existing on my device. I'm not interested in all of those calendars. Instead, I'm just going to use one calendar which is named after my email address. For that matter, in here, inside this for loop, I can say if cursor.getString with an index of 0, which is essentially the name of the calendar if it's equal to my email address. If it is equal to that, let's save the ID of the calendar. I'm going to save it up in here. Let's say int calendar ID is equal to 0. Later on in here, we can say calendar ID is equal to cursor.getInteger with an index of 0. We are retrieving this calendar ID because later on when we create an event and try to add it to a calendar, we need this calendar ID. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we are going to try to add an event to our calendar. See you in the next video. Before we add an event to our calendar, let's log this calendar ID and see if we have received anything from the database. Let's say log D. I need to add this log above in here, log T, and let's run our application. You can see that the ID of this exact calendar was 6, and if we search in our logcat, you can see that the calendar ID is 6. So you have received the calendar ID successfully. Before adding the event, let's also log this content URI in here and see what that looks like. Down in here, let's say log d URI calendars contract.calendars.content URI. Let's run our application once again and let's search for URI. As you can see, the URI is something like this. Let me show you a picture and we will talk about it more on there. This is the general schematic of a URI. The first part is the scheme in the content providers. The scheme is this content. If you remember, I said that URLs, the web page addresses, are some kind of URIs. If we take a look at the Google address, in here this HTTPS part is the scheme of this URL. The second part is the authority of our URI. In a content provider, the authority most of the time is the name of your package, for example, the name of your website in backward. It's important to know that the authority should be unique globally. Means that two applications cannot have the same authority. In a URL, the authority can contain the IP address and also the port that is going to be opened. But in content providers, we don't have this port part. The third segment of a URI is a path. In the content providers, if you are looking for a specific database inside some relational database, the path is the name of that table. The path can be maybe the address of a row. For example, if we are looking at the row with the ID of 1, we can have another slash in here and add 1 after that. And also, if you are looking into a file in the device's storage, the path can be the address of that file. These were the important part of a URI, a scheme, an authority, and also a path. But as you can see in this picture in here, you can have more parts in your URI as well. For example, this query in here is useful for the selection statement in a SQL command. And also this hash fragment will be useful when you are looking at a specific row. We will talk about this hash and maybe a star in future videos when we create our own content provider. Okay, let's switch back to Android Studio and let's create our event. Once again, in order to have a connection to the calendars application database, we are going to use the content resolver. After inserting a new record inside the calendars events table, the content resolver will return a URI, and we can use that URI, for example, later on if we want to query the database. So let's save the result. We can say URI is equal to get content resolver dot insert this time. If you take a look at the parameter in here, we need a URI and also an object of kind content values. We have seen the content values before when we inserted data into our SQL database. But for the URI part, I'm going to say calendars contract dot events this time dot content URI. Let's quickly create the content values object and pass it to this method. I can say content values, let's call it values, is equal to new content values. If you take a look at the Android developers official website, for the calendar provider, in the right panel in here, you can see this add event. Let's take a look at that. They say that there are some rules. If you want to insert a new event, you must include the calendar ID and DT start, which stands for date start, meaning the start of your event, and also DT end, you need to include that, which is the end date of your event. You need to include the time zone as well. There are other options as well. For example, you can add a description to your event. You can check all the available options in the references. This is right now a guide. You can check the references for the calendar provider. but the information you must include when you want to insert a new event is this calendar ID, DT start, DT end, and event time zone. So let's add them to our content values. For the calendar ID, I can say values.put, let's say calendar contract.events dot calendar ID, and let's pass our calendar ID. For DT start and DT end, you need to pass them as milliseconds. Let's quickly create a date and convert it to milliseconds. You can do that by saying calendar, the one that comes from Java package. Let's call it the start is equal to calendar.getInstance. After that, we can say start the name of our calendar dot set. We need to set a date for it. We can say 2019. The months, I'm going to put 6. For some reason, the months start from 0 in here. So if you put 6 in here, it means July. It's not logical, but it is what it is. After that, we need a day. For example, today is 26th of July. Hour of the day, let's say 23 and 0 minutes. After we have set the time, we can say long start millis is equal to start the name of our calendar dot get time in millis. Basically, calendars in Java have a start point, which I believe it was in 1991. I'm not sure about this number. It's really not important, but you can check it if you want. And that's the 0 point for these milliseconds. When we set the time to this time in here, it will calculate the milliseconds that have been passed since that 0 date. So we are going to save it in here. We also need an end millisecond as well. Once again, import the calendar that comes from the Java package. Let's say end is equal to calendar.getInstance, end.set. It's going to be a one-day event, so let's say 2019, 6 as the month. Let's say 27th of July. After that, 23 as the hour and 0 as the minute. Long end millis is equal to end dot get times in millis. Okay, now that we have these milliseconds, let's pass them to our content values. I can say values.put calendar contracts.events.dt start to start millis. The same thing for the end milliseconds. Values.put the other thing that is mandatory and you must include that is the time zone. We can say values.put calendar contract.events.event time zone. We need to pass a simple string in here. For example, if you want to set the time zone to Los Angeles, you can say America/Los Angeles. You need to be extra careful about this. We also need an uppercase in here. You can find these time zones for different regions if you want by searching for them. I don't know why they don't have any constant for these time zones, but you need to be careful about the case sensitivity and also the spelling of these time zones. Okay, now that we have set the time zone, let's also add a title and description for our event as well. I can say values.put calendar contracts.events.title. Let's say Android webinar. Let's also add a description. Now that we have our content values object, we can pass it to this insert method. We can say values in here. Let's also log the URI and see if we have added the event to our calendar successfully. let's say new event URI. Let's run our application. If we take a look at the logcat and search for the new event URI, you can see that a new event has been added to our calendar. And if you take a look at our calendar application, you should see that event. And as you can see, it has been successfully added to our calendar. And because it's a Google Calendar, it will be uploaded into our Google account as well. But it may take some time, for example, 5 or 10 minutes to be uploaded to our Google account. And later on, we can check that if this event has been added to our Google account as well or not. This was the insert method for the content provider of these calendars. You can also use query method in order to show different events in your application. Let's do that as well. For that matter, I'm going to change my layout file a little bit so that instead of a toast message, we see them inside a text view. Just a simple text view with an ID of text view. Okay, now let's create the query method. Once again, it's going to return a cursor object. I can say cursor. Let's call it event cursor is equal to get content resolver dot query. As the URI, I need to pass calendar contracts dot events dot content URI. For the projection, I'm going to receive the event ID, the title, and also the description. For the selection, I'm going to look for all the events inside my calendar. So I'm going to pass the calendar ID. I can say where the calendar contract.events.calendar ID, let's say, is equal to a question mark. And selection argument would be a new string, which its argument is going to be a string.value of our calendar ID. And for the sort order, I don't need to pass anything, so let's say no. Okay, we have our cursor, let's iterate through that. Before that, let's create an empty string like before. Let's call it events. First of all, we need to check that if the cursor is null or not. So if null is not equal to event cursor, if event cursor dot move to first, let's create a for loop for int I is equal to 0, I less than event cursor dot get count I plus plus, and let's add these columns to our text. After setting these to text, we need to move our cursor to the next record. We can say event cursor dot move to next. After the if statement, let's set the text of the text view to the text that we just created. Dot set text to events. Okay, let's run our application. As you can see, I'm seeing all the events inside my calendar. This Android webinar in here has been added twice because it's a day long and it basically contains both the 26th of July and also 27th of July. So it has been added twice. Okay, this was the query method. Let's also see the delete and update. I'm going to put them before this query so that we could see the result immediately. The update method on this content resolver will return an integer indicating the number of rows that have been affected. I can save that number and later on log that. Let's say get content resolver like before dot update. For the URI, once again I'm going to say calendar contract dot events.content_URI. We need the content values in here. Let's quickly create that, but we don't need all of these fields from above in here. We just need the ones that we are going to change. Let's call it new values is equal to new content values. In this simple example, I'm just going to change the description of this event that has been named Android webinar. So I'm going to say new values.put calendar contracts.events.description to maybe all about Android. Okay, that's it for our content values. I need to pass it in here, new values. After that, we need a where clause. We can say where the title is this one in here, or we can use the ID. Let's try with the title, and after that, we will see how we can retrieve the ID from this URI in here. We can say where the calendar contract.events.title, let's say plus equals to question mark. Let's go to the next line and write our where clause in there. And after that, we need the selection argument, which I can pass by creating a new string array. I can say Android webinar, or I can copy it from here. Okay, that's all we need for this update method. Let's also log the updated rows. Let's try running our application. If we take a look at the logcat, and if we search for the update, we can see that the number of rows that have been affected are 3, and that's because every time that we have run this application, we have inserted a new event with this Android webinar in here. There has been 3 events, so we have deleted all of them. But if you take a look at our application, you can see that there are still 3 Android webinar in here. The reason is that because we are using the Google Calendar, and it may take some time to update the calendar events inside our Google account. Depending on the algorithm and the codes that have been written inside the calendar application, they will update your calendar inside the cloud. I believe it may take 5 or maybe 10 minutes, but let's try it once again. Before that, let's comment this insert line once again so that we don't add the Android webinar once again. If we run our application once again, this time you can see that the description has been updated to all about Android and not everything about Android. Okay, let's try deleting these 3 events from our calendar. Once again, I'm going to do that before querying the calendar database. In here, let's say int deleted rows. Once again, it's going to return the number of rows that have been deleted is equal to get content resolver dot delete. We need the URI calendar contract dot events dot content URI, a string where the calendar contract dot events dot title plus equals to question mark. Let's go to the next line, where that is equal to Android webinar. New string. Okay, that's all we need for deleting a row. Let's log the deleted rows. Okay, let's run our application. The events are still in here, but if we take a look at the logcat and if we search for deleted rows, you can see that some rows has been deleted from my database. And the reason that you are seeing this 6 in here is because during recording this video, I have run and test my application 6 times. I have cut those parts, but seems like the event has been added 6 times to my database. But it seems like my Google account hasn't been updated yet. In 5 to 10 minutes, when I assume it will be updated, I will show you the application once again, and also I will show you my Google account as well. As you can see, the deleted rows after a few minutes are 0, meaning that they have been deleted from our application successfully, and also the UI has been updated as well. And also, if you want to check my Google account at calendar.google.com, you can see that for the 26th of July, I have only one event, or maybe it's not an event, it should be an alarm, but I just wanted to show you for testing purposes. And the others have been deleted successfully from my calendar. Okay, that's enough for the calendar's content provider. The next video is going to be a challenge video. We are going to work around the contact content provider. So I suggest you take a look at the contact content provider's documentation to know all the constants and different classes available. Basically, we are going to add different contacts to the contacts application. Also, we may read the contacts, also update and delete some contact. So I think that would be a really good challenge for you. Okay, see you in the next video.
The challenge was to read the documentation about the contacts content provider, and after that retrieve the contacts information from the contacts application. For example, the contact's name and also number and maybe an email and address. If you take a look at the Android documentation about the contacts content provider, you would see that there are a lot of tables related to contacts content provider. It means that if you want to save a simple contact with just a name and number into your phone's contacts, that contact will be saved in a lot of different tables. Before we start retrieving different contacts from the contacts content provider and maybe insert to that contact provider, let's take a look at different tables and also different columns of those tables. But first of all, I need to add the read contact permission into my manifest file, and after that check that if I have the permission inside my Java code. For that, I can come up in here and say uses permission, and I can say permission.readContacts. For now, we are just going to read different contacts. Later on, we will add write contact in here as well. Also, let's add an ID to our text view inside our XML file, because we are going to show different tables and their columns. So we are going to show them inside this text view. Let's just give an ID to this text view. In our Java code, first of all, let's initialize that text view. And after that, let's check that if our app has the permission. I can say if activity compat.check self permission, we need the context, we need the permission itself, if it's not equal to package manager.permission granted, then we are going to ask for that permission. Once again, I can say activity compat.request permission this time. We need the activity, and we need a string array for different permissions. Let's say new string, and inside the brackets I can say manifest.permission.readContact. After that, we need a request permission, which I'm going to pass 1 in here. As I mentioned previously in this course, this is not a good way for asking different permissions. We have seen how to ask and handle different permission situations in the database session, but in here I'm just going to keep it simple. So the first time that we run the application, I'm going to grant that permission. In the else case, which means that we have the permission, I'm going to retrieve the data from the contacts content provider. I can create a cursor object in here. Let's call it cursor is equal to getContentResolver.query. First of all, I'm going to take a look at the contacts table. So for the URI, I'm going to pass contacts contract, this one, dot contacts, the name of our table, dot content URI. Let's pass null for all of the projection, selection argument, and sort order, because we are going to retrieve all the columns and their value. We need to check that if our cursor is null, After that, we need to check that if our cursor has moved to first item, or if it's not at the first item, we are going to move that into our first element. Let's create a simple string in here. Later on, we will pass this string to our text view. Let's call it text is equal to an empty text for now. And after that, let's create our for loop. We have seen all of these before, so I'm not going to explain much. If I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get column count, I plus plus. Let's just append the name of the column and the value of that column into our text. I can say text plus equal the cursor dot get column name with an index of I plus maybe a column. After that, let's say cursor dot get a string with an index of I, and after that maybe a backslash n. It's important to move our cursor to the next item after this for loop. It's important to move our cursor to the next item after this for loop. I can say cursor dot move to next. But I need to move all of this inside a for loop in order to loop through all the items inside my cursor. For that, I can create another for loop in here for int, let's say j is equal to 0. Let's say j is less than cursor dot get count and j plus plus. I'm going to move all of these codes inside that for loop. Also, it's important to close your cursor after you are done with it. In the previous video, I think I have forgot to close my cursor, but whenever you are done with your cursor, make sure that you close that. Because if you don't, it will cause memory leaks and all sorts of problems. Let's say cursor.close. Notice that I'm doing it inside the if statement in here when we are sure that our cursor is not null. Inside the second if statement in here, let's just append this text to our text view. I can say text view.set text to the text that we just created. Let's run our application and see what columns do we have inside the contacts table. It's the first time that we are running our application and we don't have the permission to read different contacts, so we can see this dialog. In here, I'm just going to simply allow that permission. But for the time being, we can't see any column name or data, and the reason for that is we are putting this logic inside this else case in here. It means that after requesting the permission, we are exiting the if statement. If I run the application one more time, I should see those columns, but before that, let's quickly add some contacts to our devices contacts application. I'm talking about this application. You may want to log into your Google account in order to have access to this application. It's a simple process and you can do it. I have done it previously. After getting to this application in here, you can click on this floating action button and you can add different contacts. For example, let's save a contact in here. And for the number, let's just put a dummy number. I'm not going to put anything else in here. For example, the address and email and everything would be empty. Let's just save the contact. And also, let's run our application once again. This time, we should see different columns for our contacts table. As you can see, we are seeing different columns inside the contact table, and we are seeing all the different values. I think we are not seeing all of them because the text view is limited. Let's change the parent to a nested scroll view, and after that we can scroll and see all the columns. Let's do that in our layout file. First of all, I'm going to change this constraint layout to a relative layout. Let's create the nested scroll view in here. Match parent and match parent. Let's delete all these constraints. And let's move it to the center of our parent item. Center in parent to true. We just need to move this text view to inside our nested scroll view. Okay, if we run our application once again, we should be able to scroll the text view and see all of the possible columns. But it seems like it's all of the text and I can't scroll it. Okay, let's have a quick look at different columns in here. As you can see, the display name in here, which is Maysam and my last name, has been saved inside different columns. You can see that I'm seeing 4 of them right now. But the number that I have put, it's not saving anywhere. Actually, we don't need all of these columns. You can read the documentation for different columns if you want, but we don't need all of them. Let's also check different tables. For example, we have checked the contacts table. Let's also check the data table. We don't need to change anything else. We just need to run our application. This time you can see that the columns are much more. And if you scroll, you can see the list of all the columns. Once again, we don't need all of these columns, and I think these are from multiple records. Let's just add some indicator in here to our text in order to differentiate between different records. Let's run it once again. This time, if we scroll down, you can see that different records are being separated via these stars. You might be wondering why we are seeing different records in here, and the reason for that is because I have logged into my Google account and some of my contacts from that account may have been synced to my virtual device. If you want to take a look at some of these columns, we can see the ID, the name, the email, and also down in here we can see the phone number which has been saved inside the data1 column. We also have this MIME type, which we will talk about in this video or maybe the next video, which is this weird text. We will talk about this MIME type later on. Okay, now let's look at other tables as well. The other one that I'm going to take a look at is this phone lookup, but we don't have a content URI for that, but we have a content filter URI. But right now, if I run the application, we will get some errors, and that's because this phone lookup is for a specific contacts. It means that if you want to take a look at one contact with maybe an ID, you would use this phone lookup. For now, let's just forget about this table and let's take a look at raw contacts table. But we don't have the content filter URI in here. Instead, we have a content URI. Let's run the application. Once again, you can see that there are a lot of informations in here. But if you take a closer look at these columns, you can see that once again, we don't see any phone number in here. So the only table that will contain the phone number up until this point is the data table. We will talk in detail about each one of these tables that we are looking at in this video or maybe in the next video. But for now, let's just continue with our application and let's just retrieve the name and the number of different contacts from our contacts content provider. Because I'm going to retrieve the contacts number, I need to use the data table, but I need to change the projection in here. If you remember, this projection was the name of different columns that you need. Let's create that projection before our cursor object. I can say string array, let's call it projection, is equal to new string, and in here I can put the name of my columns. I can say contacts contract dot data, the name of our table, and for the columns I can say dot display name primary, this one. If you have checked the documentation, this column is responsible for saving different names of different contacts. So we are going to need that. The next one is contacts contract dot data dot. If you remember, our contacts number has been saved inside the column named data1. We will see why it's going to save inside this data1 when we talk about MIME type. For now, let's just pass data1 in here, and also let's pass the ID. I'm going to put that before everything. Let's say contacts contract dot data dot ID. After creating this projection, I'm going to pass it in here. Right now, if I run the application, we should see different contacts, but we are not going to need all of them. As you can see, different contacts with the name Mesam has been retrieved, but one of them only has this number. Let's also retrieve the MIME type of different contacts, and let's talk about the MIME type. In here, I can say contacts contract.data.MIME type. Let's add some inters in order to see all of these columns. Let's run our application and see the different MIME types for every contact. As you can see, MIME type for different contacts is different, but the one that we need in here, its MIME type is vnd.android.cursor.item/phone-v2. Basically, a MIME type is a metadata for the kind of data that you are going to retrieve. For example, if you are going to retrieve a photo object, an image, the MIME type for that image would be something like this. Let me write it in here. The MIME type for that is going to be, for example, image slash, let's say JPEG. Something like this for different images, or maybe image slash star. The star once again means all. It means that all the different kind of images. And also if it's a text, for example, in here we can say text and let's say HTML. You can search for different MIME types in the internet, but we are not going to need these kind of MIME types for different files for now. If the data that you are going to retrieve from the database is not a file, for example, like the thing that we are doing in here, we are retrieving some data from the database. The MIME type for different databases is like the thing that we have saw in here. Basically, whenever you are going to retrieve a group of data, for example, an entire table, the MIME type would be something like this. vnd.android.cursor.dir for directory, and after that we need to put the name of our table. You can say, for example, table 1. This would be the MIME type for a group of different items inside your table, or maybe an entire table. But if it's one specific item, the MIME type would be a little bit different. It would be vnd.android.cursor.item slash, for example, the ID of that item. But if it's a single item that you are going to take a look at, the MIME type would be a little bit different. It would be vnd, which stands for vendor, vnd.android.cursor.item, and after that a specific sign for different items. For example, by convention, the type for different phone numbers is phone_v2, as we saw in our application in here. The type of phone number is vnd.android.cursor.item/phone_v2. Most of the time you don't need to memorize these MIME types, and there are different constants for these, but I just wanted to show you what this MIME type is. Now that we know the concept of MIME type, we can put a selection in here to, let's say, retrieve all the items with some specific MIME type. For that, I'm going to create my selection before this cursor object. Selection is a string. I can say string selection is equal to contacts contract.data.MIME type, but I need to add something to this selection statement in here, and I need to add an equal and also a question mark. We have seen this kind of format before. Later on, this will be converted to a SQL statement, and the selection argument which we are going to pass in here will be replaced with this question mark. I also never talked about why we are doing it this way, why we are separating the selection and selection arguments. This is a security matter for preventing something called Sql injection. Imagine you are getting the user's input, for example, for different contacts name, and in your selection you can say data.name, for example, or display name. And if you put it in here directly, some users' input may cause SQL injections. For example, if we have equals to, let's say, name, a semicolon, after that the user can type drop table, for example, and the name of your table. If some user knows these commands, they can drop all of your tables this way. It's called SQL Injection Attack. You are separating the selection and selection arguments to prevent that kind of attack. So in here we are going to put a question mark and we are going to pass our arguments in the second argument. But selection arguments is a string array. I can say a string array, let's say selection argument is equal to new string array. And for the arguments in here, I can use a constant for different MIME types. And the constant that I'm going to use is coming from contacts contract dot common data kinds dot phone for phone numbers dot type. Let's also log this so that we are sure we are passing the right MIME type. Let's say MIME type. Now that we have our selection and selection argument, we can pass them in here. Let's say selection, and for the second one, selection argument. Let's run our application and see what would happen. But as you can see, no records have been retrieved, and the reason for that is that I have put the wrong constant in here. I need to say content item type, this one. If you want to take a look at different constants, you can log them. Content item type. Let's run the application once again. First of all, let's take a look at our logcat and let's search for MIME type. This time, as you can see, this is exactly what we need. vnd.android.cursor.item/phone_v2. We also have another constant in here, content type, which will change this item to dir, which is directory, which will refer to a group of different items. But the one that we need in here is this content item type. If we take a look at our application this time, we can see only the contacts, which its data1 is a number, and also the MIME type is this specific string. You also may be wondering why the number is saving inside this data1 column. In the documentation, they say that if the user has saved this contact with a number, the data1 would be a number. But if the user have saved, for example, something like an email, this data1 will save the email. So you need to check for different MIME types and create your selection and selection argument depending on the kind of item that you are going to retrieve. So to have a quick review of what we have done in this video, first of all, we have asked for different permissions. After that, when we are sure that we have the permission to read different contacts, we have created our projection, which we are receiving only the ID, the primary name, data1, and the MIME type columns. After that, we have created our selection, which is basically the where clause for our SQL statement. We are setting the where clause to wherever the MIME type is this constant, this content item type. After that, we have created our cursor object. We have used the content resolver.query method. After that, we have put the content URI for the data table inside our contacts contract. We have passed our projection selection argument. You can also pass a sort order, for example, this contacts contract.data.id for the sort order in order to sort different items. After that, we have appended the column name and the column value for each one of the records to our text. And finally, we have set the text of our text view to the text that we just created. Also, it's important to close your cursor after you are done with it. I know that some of you may be frustrated by seeing all these different tables and constants, but when you get used to it, it will be all so easy to work with. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we will try to insert different contacts into our contacts content provider, and also we will create the update and delete method. See you in the next video. At the end of the previous video, I said that we are going to take a look at update, delete, and insert methods on the content resolver. But before we move on from the query method, let's retrieve different data from our contacts content provider by, let's say, different numbers and different names. For that matter, I'm going to change my layout file a little bit. Before this nested scroll view, I'm going to put an edit text and also a button. Let's also move this nested scroll view to below our button. And also let's add a margin top. I'm going to press Ctrl Alt L in order to reformat my code, because I'm going to upload this code into both my GitHub page and also my website, so that if you want to check the source code, we all be at the same page. Let's quickly initialize this edit text and search button into our Java file. I'm going to set an on-click listener for this button, and I'm going to do that after I made sure that I have the permission. So I'm going to do that in here below everything. Let's say btn search.set on-click listener, new on-click listener, and let's do the job inside another method. Let's say search by number. Let's quickly create that method. Private void search by number. Let's add a log first of all. If you remember from the previous video, I said that if you want to search for a specific contact inside your contacts content provider, you can do that by taking a look at the phone lookup table. Let's do that in here. But first of all, I need to get the value of the edit text. Let's say string input is equal to our edit text.getText.toString. Right now, if I try to create my cursor object and do the query method on the content resolver, it won't work because we need a URI, and as we saw in the previous video, the content filter URI on the phone lookup table won't work with this query method. Let me quickly show you what I'm talking about. Get content resolver.query. I'm going to use contacts contract dot phone lookup dot content filter URI. This will not be accepted in here, because if you want to take a look at a specific contact, you need to append this number to this URI. And the way you do that is by saying URI dot with appended path, this one. We need to pass the base URI, which is contacts contract dot phone lookup dot content filter URI. And after that, we can pass our user's input, which basically is a number. Then we can pass this newly created URI to this query method. I'm not going to retrieve all the columns. Instead, I'm going to create my projection in here. Let's say string array projection, like before, is equal to new string array. And for the columns, I'm going to pass contacts contract dot phone lookup dot let's say ID. After that, contacts contract dot phone lookup dot let's say display name. And after that, contacts contract dot phone lookup dot number. We are just going to retrieve the ID, the name, and also the number of different contacts. Let me add some inters in here. And let's pass our projection in here. For the selection and selection argument, I don't need anything, so I'm going to pass null, and also for the sort order. Now that we have our cursor object, we can iterate through it. First of all, we need to say if null is not equal to our cursor. In the else case, let's just say there is no contact. I'm going to say text view dot set text to there is no such contact. For the if case, first of all, let's create our empty string. After that, like before, we are going to iterate. We can say if cursor.move to first. We are going to create two for loops. First of all, let's say int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor.getCount. After that, I plus plus. Inside this, we need another for loop for int j is equal to 0, j less than cursor.getColumnCount, and j plus plus. Like before, let's append the column name and column value to this text. I think I can copy some of these from here. Down in here, I can say text plus this text. After that, let's say text plus equal some separator. And after that, we need to move our cursor to the next item. Cursor.move to next. After everything, we need to close our cursor. And also, we need to set the text of our text view to the text that we just created. Let's run the application and see if we can get any result. I don't need this text. Let's comment this line of code for now. I'm just going to comment this one where we set the text to the text view. And let's run our application once again. I need to enter the contact number in here. Let's see what that was in our contacts application. Let's enter it exactly as it is with extra parentheses and this dash. Let's go back to our application. I can say parentheses 216 and a space 151 dash 2545. Let's search for this contact with this number. As you can see, I am getting only the ID column, and the reason for that is I have put I in here, but I'm looking at the jth column. I need to change these i's to j. I have copied it by I needed to change this line of code. Okay, let's run it once again. Let's search for this number. This time we can see different columns that we are interested in. But this phone lookup table is highly optimized. It means that if I remove the parentheses and the spaces and everything, we also can retrieve the contact. You can see the contact in here. Let's also remove these parentheses and this dash in here. Let's search for it. Also, I think we can remove the first number. Let's search once again. We can see them. But if you remove more numbers, for example, these two numbers from the end, and if you search, you can't see any contact. Let's put it back. Okay, querying by the number is working fine. Let's also query the contacts by the name. First of all, I'm going to change the hint of that edit text to, let's say, name this time. And let's create a method that will search by different names. Let's do that at the end of everything. Private void search by name. In this method, I'm going to use the data table inside the content provider. But before that, I need to receive the user's input. Let's say string name is equal to our edit text dot get text dot to string. Before we create our cursor, I'm going to create my projection is equal to new string array. The columns that I'm interested in are ID, name, and also the number. So I can say contacts contract dot data dot ID, like before, contacts contract dot data dot display name, primary, this one, and also after that, contacts contract dot data one was the column that will save the number. Okay, let's create our cursor. Cursor is equal to get content resolver dot query contacts contract dot data dot content URI. For the projection, I'm going to pass the projection that I created. I also need to create a selection and selection argument in here as well. For the selection, I'm going to create a string. In here, this selection is a bit tricky. We need to be careful about both MIME type and also the user's name or the contact's name. For that, I can say where contacts contract dot data dot MIME type plus is equal to a question mark. We will pass this later on. And also we need to add an AND in here in order to have a second condition. I can say AND the contacts contract dot data dot display primary name plus is equal to another question mark. But for the selection argument, now that we have two question marks, we need to pass two items. Let's create our selection argument. New string. For the first question mark, which is a MIME type, I can pass contacts contract dot common data kind dot font like before dot content item type. For the second item, I can pass my name that the user has entered. Now that I have my selection and selection argument, I can pass them in here. We can say selection argument, null for the sort order, and that's our cursor. Let's copy some of the code from the previous method in order to iterate through our cursor. I'm going to copy all this if statement. Okay, I think our method is ready. We just need to call this method from inside the buttons on click result. Let's comment this one and let's say search by name. Let's run the application. Let's search for Maysam in here, but I need to put both my first and last name in here because that is what is going to be saved inside the display name primary column. Let's search for it, and as you can see, we are seeing the contact. It's working fine. Remember this ID in here, it's 31 by now, and the reason that it's 31 is because I have added multiple contacts and delete them during the recording of this video. We are going to use this ID in order to delete this contact from our contacts content provider. In a real-world application, you may want to create different cursors and retrieve the different IDs for different contacts, and after that use those IDs, but it seems like a lot of repeating works, and I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to use this 31. Okay, let's create another method for deleting different contacts. Let's say private void delete contact. And of course, we need to pass an ID in here. I can say get content resolver dot delete. If you take a look at this deletes documentation, you can see that it will return an integer. I'm pressing down the control key, and by hovering over this delete, you can see the documentation. The integer that will be returned in here is the number of rows that have been deleted. Let's save that inside an integer. Let's say deleted rows is equal to getContentResolver.delete. In order to delete a contact, you need to do that from your raw contacts table. You can use contacts contract dot raw contacts dot content URI. After passing the URI, we just need the selection and selection argument. I can say where contacts contract dot raw contacts dot ID plus equals to a question mark. Let's add an enter in here. And for the selection argument, I'm going to create a new string array, which its only value, its only element is going to be a string dot value of the ID that has been passed to this method. Let's also log the deleted rows integer. Before we call this delete method from different part of our application, we need to add another permission into our manifest, and that is write contact, because we are going to change the content provider, so we need that permission. Uses permission, this time write contacts. Now that we have this permission, we need to ask for it. Before that, we need to check for this permission. For example, from above in here, in the else case, first thing that we are going to do is to check for that permission. Like before, I can say if activity compat.check self permission, this as the context manifest.permission dot write contact. If it's not equal to package manager dot permission granted, we are going to request for that permission. Let's copy this line of code from here, and we need to change this read contact and the request code. This time to write contact, and maybe the request code should be true. This request code is not important in this application. Basically, it will be useful when you override the onActivityResult method. You can check that if the user has granted the permission for this specific permission in there. But in this application, it's not important, and I just pass a random number. Okay, after we made sure that we have the permission, in the else case, I can call that method. Let's say delete contact with the ID of 31. Now let's run our application. It's interesting enough that I didn't get any pop-up dialog or something for different permissions. And the reason for that is whenever you grant the read contacts permission, the write contact permission will automatically be granted, and you don't need to check and ask for that. But this rule may change in the future, so it's always better to check for different permissions and ask for them if you don't have the permission. We don't set any user interface for this delete contact. We just need to check our logcat from here. Let's search for deleted rows. As you can see, the number of deleted rows in here is 0. It means that we didn't delete anything. You can check the contacts application, and if you check, you can see that Mesam is still there. The reason for this is that this raw contact.id is different from contacts contract.data.id. If you remember, when we search for different names in here, we have passed contacts contract.data.id, which the ID was 31. But there is another column in here. Let's see that. Contacts contract.data.raw contact ID, this one. This will be the ID that has been saved inside the raw contacts table. Let's take a look at that. This time, if we search for Mesa, you can see that raw contact ID is 4, but ID is 31. In order to delete something from the raw contacts table, we need this 4 in here. I don't know why they have put so many complexity to this contacts content provider, but it is the way it is. So Instead of passing 31 in here, I'm going to pass 4. This time, if we run the application, we should see these deleted rows will be changed. And as you can see, the deleted rows is gone. It means that Maysam has been successfully deleted from our contacts. And if you want to make sure, you can check your contacts application in here. And as you can see, the list is empty. It means that Maysam has successfully been deleted. I think we have a little bit time left, so let's implement the update method as well. I'm going to minimize all these extra methods. Let's also minimize this logcat pane. And let's create the update method in here. Private void update. In here, once again, I need an ID. But mistakenly, I have passed an integer as the ID in here, but ID can be long. It's better to pass long instead of integer, because IDs can be large and they may not be saved inside an integer. So I'm going to pass long in here. Once again, in order to update a contact, we need to do that inside the raw contacts table. The update method, like the delete, will return an integer as well. The integer would be the number of rows that have been affected. Let's say affected rows is equal to get content resolver dot update. We need the content URI, which I can pass contact contract dot raw contact dot content URI. After that, we need a content value, which I'm going to create above in here. Let's say content values is equal to new content values. Like updating a record inside SQL table, you need to specify the columns that you want to update. For example, in here, I'm going to update the primary name of the contact. I can say values.put contact contract dot raw contact dot display name primary as the key, and for the value I'm going to say 0. After creating this object, I can pass it in here, values. After that, I need a where clause, or the selection and selection argument. Once again, I'm going to use this ID that has been passed to this method. I can say contacts contract dot raw contacts dot ID plus is equal to a question mark. And for the selection argument, I'm going to say new string array. Inside that, I can say string.value of the ID. Let's add some inters in here. And after everything, let's just log the affected rows. Before I run my application, I need to add a contact to my contacts application, because at the time it's empty and we don't have any contact in our application. Let's quickly do that. In here, I can use this floating action button. Like before, let's say Maysam, for the form, some random number. Let's just save it this way. Before everything, I'm going to run the application once before calling this method in order to see the raw contact ID. So let's run it. Let's search for Maysam. The raw contact ID is 5, so we can call this method with the ID of 5. I'm going to call it in this onCreate after I made sure that I have the permission. Let's comment this delete contact method and let's call update. And I can pass 5. Let's run the application and let's take a look at the logcat. This time, let's search for affected rows and it's 1. It means that one record has been updated. If you want to make sure, you can check the contacts application. In here, you can see that the name has been changed to 0. That seems perfect. I promise that I'm going to talk about the insert method in this video as well, but seems like this video is too long. So I'm going to talk about it in the next video because it has a lot of processes. See you in the next video. Before we start inserting new contacts to our contacts application, I would like to organize my code a little bit. I'm going to move all of these codes that are related to querying all the contacts from the contacts content provider to a new method. All of these codes up until down here after the if statement that we are checking if our cursor is null or not. I'm going to cut that and I'm going to move it inside another method. Let's just say private void and get all contacts. Okay, let's minimize this method for now. We don't need to call it from anywhere. And let's create a method for inserting new contacts. But even before this, I'm going to change my layout file. I'm going to add two edit texts in here, one for receiving the contact's name, another one for receiving the contact's number. Also, I'm going to put a spinner in here in order to indicate if that number is a home number, maybe a mobile number, or a work number. And also, I need a button in order to insert the contact into our contacts application. For that matter, I'm going to comment all of these code related to previous layout, and I'm going to create my code down in here. For the spinners item, I'm going to add them statically inside my strings values, in resources, in values, strings.xml. I'm going to create a string array. Let's call it number types. And for the items, I'm going to pass 3 items in here. One for the home number, 2 more, one for the mobile number, and another one for the work number. Let's add this string array to our spinner. In here I can say entries and I can pass number types. Let's just press Ctrl Alt L in order to reformat our code. Okay, now in our main activity we should get some errors, and that's because we have commented that takes view edit text and button. I'm going to comment all of them. We should get some errors in here as well. Also in these two methods as well. For now, let's just create a fake name in here, a string name, and initialize it to an empty string. Also, I need to comment these two in here as well. Also, above in here, we need an input. Once again, I'm going to create a fake input. Let's say string input is equal to an empty string. Just for organizing my code and not using the previous code. We are good to go. Let's just initialize our UI elements. Okay, we are ready to start creating our insert method. First of all, let's add a log in here. After that, let's get the value of edit text and the spinner. For the spinner, I can say string type is equal to spinner dot get selected item dot toString. In order to insert a new contact, you need to add it into two different tables. First of all, you need to insert it into raw contacts table, and after that inside data table. And inside the data table, you need to add it twice, one for the name and one more time for the number. We are going to do all that process in here. First of all, I need to insert an empty content value object into my raw contacts table in order to get the raw contact ID from that table. You know that the insert method on the getContent resolver will return a URI, which I can save it in here. I can say getContent resolver dot insert. For the URI, I can say contacts contract dot raw contacts dot content URI, and for the content values, I can say new content values. Now that I have this URI, I can use it in order to get the ID of the newly created raw contact. I can say long ID is equal to content URIs dot parse ID from our URI object. This parse ID method will get the ID from this URI. After inserting these empty content values to our raw contacts table, we need to insert the name of the contact inside the data table. For that, I can create a new content values. Let's call it name values is equal to new content values. For the values that I'm going to put inside this object, first of all, I need the MIME type. I can say name values dot put. As the key in here, I can say contacts contract dot data dot MIME type, and for the value, I can say contacts contract dot common data kind dot structured name. This one in here is used for inserting a new name for our contact dot content item type. As the name itself, I can say name values dot put contacts contract dot common data kind dot structured name. The constant that I'm going to use in here is called dot given name. There are other sorts of names, for example display name, family name, middle name, but the one that I'm going to use is given name. You can check the documentation for different values and different meanings of these different names. And for the value, I can pass my name. After this, we need to put this ID from our raw contact table inside this name values content values object. I can say name values dot put contacts contract dot data dot raw contact ID, and for the value I can pass ID. After that, I can say getContent resolver dot insert. For the URI, I can say contacts contract dot data dot content URI, and for the content values, I can pass name values. The last step is to insert the number. I can create another content values object. Let's call it number values is equal to new content values. First of all, we need the MIME type, which I can say number values dot put. For its key, I can pass contact contract dot data dot MIME type, and for its value, I can pass contacts contract dot common data kind dot phone. We have seen this before, dot content item type. After that, we need the number itself. We can say number values dot put. For its key, I can say contacts contract dot common data kind dot phone dot number. For the value, I can pass my number. Another thing that we need to do in here is to save this type in this content values. For that, first of all, I need to check the type. I can say if type dot equals ignore case to, let's say, home. We can say number values dot put. For the key in here, I can say contacts contract dot comment data kind dot phone dot type this time. And for the value, I can say contacts contract dot comment data kind dot phone dot type, let's say home. You can see different constant in here, type mobile, type home, type work even, and a lot of other constants, but the one that I'm going to use for now, it's type home. In the else case, else if the type dot equals ignore case to, let's say, mobile, let's copy this line of code and change the last constant to type mobile. In the else case, else if type dot equals ignore case to, let's say, work. Once again, I'm going to copy it and change the constant to type work. One last thing that we need to put inside this content values object is the raw contact ID, which once again I can say number values dot put contacts contract dot data dot raw contact ID, and for its value I can pass the ID, which we have saved up in here. Okay, our content values object is ready, and we can say get content resolver dot insert contacts contract dot data dot content URI as the URI and number values as the content values. Let's also save the URI that is going to be returned by this insert method and log it for debugging purposes. I can say URI newly added contact is equal to that method that we just wrote. And let's log our newly added contact. Let's say URI plus newly added contact. The last thing is to call this method from inside the onClick listener for our button. But also we need to check for null values or for empty values of this name and number edit text, because we don't want to add or insert a new contact with no name and number. So we can put all of this code inside an if statement. I can say if name dot equals empty string is not true, and also if number dot equals an empty string is not true, then run the code that we have wrote below. So let's move all of this code inside that if statement. Now we are ready to call this method. Let's create an onClick listener for this button, but you need to make sure that you do that after that you have the permissions. So I can say btn add contact.set onClick listener, new onClick listener, and I can call my insert method. Hopefully we have written everything right, and let's run our application. Let's say Tom for the name, and for the number I'm just going to put a random number. I'm going to stay with the home. Let's add the contact. Nothing happens, but if we take a look at our logcat, we should see that URI. You can see that insert contact URI is equal to this, which has an ID of 40. We can also check our contacts application in order to make sure that our contact has been added successfully. You can see that Tom has been added successfully. Let's add another one. Let's say Sarah this time. And let's change the number. And also let's change this home type to maybe a mobile. Okay, let's add the contact. You can see that the URI has been added. Its ID is 45. I don't know why it hasn't been 41, but it's just 45. If we check our contacts application, we can see 0. But we have 0 from before, it's a new 0. It seems like inserting new contact is working fine. I just like to mention a few things. Whenever you are working with content providers, for example, in this application, we are retrieving data using a content provider. We know that eventually content providers are using a database, for example, a SQLite database or maybe a rule database. So that's going to be a heavy operation and we shouldn't do that on the main thread. In this session, I did all my operation on the content providers in the main thread, and that was for the simplicity. But if you want to do any sort of operation using content providers, make sure that you will create a worker thread. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we are going to start creating a content provider for our application. There are few reasons for that which I'm going to discuss at the beginning of the next video, so make sure to check the next video. See you in the next video. In this video series, which I believe would be 3 to 4 videos, we are going to create a content provider for our application. There are few reasons that you may want to create a content provider for your application. Let's take a look at the Android documentation and their suggestions. In here, they say that you should create a content provider for your application if your application offers complex data or files to other applications. Also, if you are allowing users to copy and share complex data or files from your application to other applications. They say that you should create a content provider if your application is implementing search suggestions using search framework. We are not going to take a look at this one in this video. Also, another important use of content provider is for your application to share data to different widgets. We will take a look at widgets in this session. And also, if you are going to implement the cursor loader or cursor adapter, which we are not going to use in this session. In this video series, I'm going to create a content provider for this application, and later on we will create another application which will use this application's data without having a database of its own. So I'm going to make all the connections to the database through the content provider, and I'm not going to, let's say, request any operation to the database directly. In the first video of this video series, I'm going to create my layout file which will contain a Recyclerview. I will create a Recyclerview adapter. After that, I will create the SQLite database. So there is nothing new in this video. If you want, you can skip this video if you know how to create a SQLite database and Recyclerview adapter. You can skip to the next video. Okay, let's begin. First of all, I need the card view, the recycler view, and also glide dependency into my Gradle file. Let's quickly find them. After copying the related dependency for the recycler view, card view, and glide, just sync your project. Let's start by creating the list item layout for our recycler view adapter. I'm going to create an application which will show the user's favorite movies. User would be able to retrieve data from the database. Also, he can add different movies to the database. All of those connections should go through the content provider. So I named this file list item movies. For its layout, I'm going to change the parent to card view. For its height, I'm going to say wrap content. I need an ID for this one in order to give the on-click listener for this parent. I'm going to enable the card elevation, let's say 10 dp, and also corner radius. Let's say 10 dp for that as well. In here, I'm going to put an image view, wrap content and wrap content. For the time being, let's say IC launcher for its source. Let's give it an ID. Let's just say image. I need two text views. One for the name of the movie. Its ID is going to be name. I'm going to change its size, text size to, let's say, 18 SB. Its style, text style to, let's say, bold. And its position, let's just say to right up. But in order to enable that feature, I need to move all of this inside a relative layout. Let's say wrap content and wrap content, or I can say match parent and match parent. Now I can say to right of our image. Let's also give our image some margin. Let's say margin 10 dp. I need another text view for description of the movie. Let's say text view, wrap content and wrap content, ID, description. Let's move this one to right of our image and also below our name text view. Let's add some margins. Margin top maybe of 7 dp and also margin left of, let's say, 10 dp. For its text, for the time being, let's say description. Also, let's give some margin top for the first text view. Margin top, let's say 10 dp. Let's just press Ctrl Alt L. I don't think we need anything else. Let's move on from this part. Next, I'm going to create a model for my movies object. Let's do that in here. A new Java class called movie. For this model, I'm going to save a long called ID. You can save an integer, but I'm going to use long. 3 other fields, one for the name of the movie, one for the image URL, and one for the description of the movie. Let's create the constructor. I believe we are going to need an empty constructor as well. And also let's create getters and setters. After everything, let's create the toString method as well. Next, let's create the Recyclerview adapter. Once again, I'm going to do that in here. Let's say movies adapter. First of all, we need the viewHolder class. It needs to be public class. Let's call it viewHolder. It extends the Recyclerview.viewHolder. We need the constructor in here. And also let's initialize our layout items. We have two text views, name and image, or name and description. We have a card view, private card view, let's call it parent. And also we had an image view. Let's call it image. We are done with the viewHolder class. Let's minimize the project pane for now. And let's extend from Recyclerview.adapter. We need to pass the viewHolder inside the diamonds. First of all, let's add a login here. And let's implement those 3 methods. We are going to receive a context because we are going to show the images. Let's say private context. And also we need an array list of different movies. I'm going to receive the context via the constructor. And also let's create an empty constructor in order to prevent the null pointer exceptions. Let's also create the setter method for our array list. Don't forget to notify the dataset has been changed. Okay, let's start by the easiest one. Let's just return movies.size inside this get item count. Next, let's create our view holder object in here. First of all, we need a view is equal to layout inflator dot from our view group dot get context. Let's say dot inflate or dot layout dot list item movies. We need the view group and we need to pass false in order to prevent the redundancy. After that, we can create our view holder or we can directly return it from here. Let's say return new view holder, which we need to pass our view. We are done with this method as well. Let's go to the unbind view holder. First of all, we need a log and let's initialize different items. I'm going to set two onClick listeners for my parent view, one for the clicking event and another one for the long pressing event. In case of clicking, we are just going to show a toast message. In case of long pressing, we are going to delete the movie from our database. So I can say viewholder.parent.set onClick listener to new onClick listener. Let's just toast a message. For its message, let's say movies.getI.getName plus clicked. I need to change this I to a final I. Okay, in the case of long press, I can say viewholder.parent.set on long click listener, new on long click listener. In here, I'm going to show a dialog, an alert dialog. Let's create that alert dialog. Alert dialog.builder. Let's call it builder is equal to new alert dialog. We need to pass the context in here. Let's set two buttons for this alert dialog. First of all, the negative button. Let's say no. We are not going to do anything in here. But in case of positive button, let's say yes. And for the onClick listener, I'm going to create a to-do for now. Let's just say delete the movie from database. We just need to show this builder. We can say builder.show. After that, we need to return true. Okay, I think we are done with the Recyclerview adapter. Let's create the Recyclerview inside our main activity layout file. I'm going to delete this text. I'm going to change the constraint layout to a relative layout. And in here, I just need a Recyclerview. Let's give it an ID. Let's say Recyclerview. Let's also add some paddings in here. Padding, let's say 15 dB. Ctrl-Alt-L in order to reformat the code. Okay, let's initialize all of these in our main activity. First of all, let's add a log. Private Recyclerview. Recyclerview. Private movies adapter. Let's call it adapter. Down in here, let's say Recyclerview is equal to Recyclerview. Find view by ID r.id.recyclerview. For the adapter, I can say is equal to new Recyclerview adapter or new movies adapter. We need to pass the context. After that, Recyclerview.set adapter to our adapter. Also Recyclerview.set layout manager to new linear layout manager. That's all for now. Let's create our database. I'm going to use SQL helper. So in here, let's create a new Java class called SQL helper or database helper. We need to extend SQLite open helper class before we create our constructor. Let's quickly add a login here. After that, let's add two constants, one for the version and another one for the name of our database. Now let's create the constructor, but we need to change this constructor. I'm not going to receive any of these, just the context. For the version, I'm going to say db version, which is 1. For the factory, let's pass null, and for the name, let's say db name. I also need to implement the onCreate and onUpgrade methods. Inside the onCreate, let's create a SQL statement. Let's say SQL statement is equal to, let's say, create table movies. For the columns, let's say ID, integer, primary key, auto increment. For the next one, let's say name, which is going to be text, description, which once again is going to be text, and also image URL, which is a text. After that, we can call our database. We can say db.execute_SQL, and we can pass our SQL statement. Seems like everything is working fine. I'm not going to do the onUpgrade method in this simple application. Let's just add some initial values to our table. For that, I'm going to create a public method in here. It can be private. Let's say private void insert. We need to receive the SQLite database and also the content values. Let's just say database.insert inside the movies table, null for the second argument, and values for the third argument. Let's call this method from this onCreate method. Before that, let's create the content values. Let's say first values is equal to new content values. First values dot put. For the key, I'm going to say name. For the value, let's say Avengers Endgame. For the description, let's say first values dot put description as the key. For the value, let's say an awesome Marvel movie. Let's also add an image URL as well. First values dot put image URL and some image URL. Okay, I can call my insert method. I need to pass my database and first values. Let's do that for another one as well. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we are going to start working on our content provider. See you in the next video. The first thing that we need to create in order to create a content provider is the contract class. We have seen the contract class, or we have seen the usage of contract class when we have worked with calendar and also contacts content providers. Let's create a class for that contract in our package. Since we have only one table in our database, I'm going to create only one class and I'm going to name it movies contract. If you have multiple tables for each one of those tables, it's better to have a separate contract. If you want to publish your application's data to the world, basically this class would be the only class that you would share with others. So make sure that you don't put any private information about your application in this class. And also make sure that you have different comments wherever you are, for example, defining a new constant. Make sure to comment the use of that constant. And also make sure that you have a documentation for your content provider. Basically, this class is going to contain different constants for your application. The first of which is the table name. For that, I'm going to create a public static final string, and let's call it table name. In my database, I have only one table called movies, so I'm going to put it in here. After table name, I need different constants for the name of each column inside this table. For defining different constants for different columns, you have multiple options. For example, you can use enums, but since we haven't seen enums in this course so far, I'm not going to confuse you with the concept of enum. Instead, I'm going to create an inner class in here. For example, I can say public class, let's call it columns. And I'm going to create 4 different constants for my 4 different columns inside the movies table. The first of which is an ID, let's say public static final string ID is equal to underscore ID. Next, we have the name of the movie, let's say name is equal to name. Remember that these should be exactly as you have put inside your database helper class. I'm talking about this SQL command in here. ID, name, description, and image URL. PSFS, another one for the description, is equal to description. I have a typo in here. It should be description. And one last one for the image URL. For the time being, we are done with this class. Later on, I will add a content URI constant in here as well, but for now, we are just done with this class. The next thing that we need to do is to create the content provider itself. You can create a new Java class. Let's call it app provider. It needs to extend from content provider. As you can see, we have some errors in here. We need to implement some methods. The methods you can see on create, query, get type, insert, delete, and update. All of them are necessary. So make sure to implement all of them. I'm not using Android X in this project. And for that matter, I'm getting a lot of warnings in here. I need to change all of these Android X annotation to a simple nullable annotation that will come from the support library. Next, we need to declare this app provider inside our manifest file. Content providers beside activities, broadcast receivers, and services are 4 main components of every Android applications. And all 4 of these items need to be declared in the manifest whenever you create one. And the proper place for declaring them is inside the application tag and outside the main activity. In here I can say provider. For the authorities of my provider, I need to type my package name and also .provider. For that I can say org.makecode dot the name of my application, which is favorite movies, dot provider. This would be the authority for this content provider. It should be globally unique.
And for the name, as you can see in the suggestion, I can put the class which is .appProvider. After that, I need another attribute in here, and that's called exported. This exported means that if you are going to share your content provider with other applications or not. For the time being, I'm going to put false in here, but later on in this session, we will see how we can share the content provider and our application's data to other applications as well. But for now, let's just pass false. Okay, that's it. We don't need to do anything else in here. Let's go back to our app provider class. In this class, we need to define some constants as well. The first of which is an authority. That would be exactly as the authority that we have put inside our manifest file. I can say public static final string, let's call it authority, is equal to org.makecode.favoritemovies.provider. Next, we need the authority URI. If you remember from previous videos when I talked about URI, I said that every URI related to a content provider starts with the word content plus a comma plus 2 slashes. So this authority in here is not a URI, it's a simple string. We need to create our authority URI. I can say public static final URI, let's call it authority URI, is equal to URI.parse. I can pass content, comma, slash, plus the authority. This is the base URI for our content provider, and it's not going to navigate the user or the cursor to any table or something else. It's just the base URI. After this, in our movies contract class, I can use that authority and authority URI in order to create a URI, a content URI, that will navigate the cursor to this table exactly. And the way you do that is by coming up in here and defining a new URI. I can say public static final URI, let's call it content URI, is equal to URI dot with appended path. We are going to append a path to the base URI, and the base URI is going to come from the app provider class. I can say authority URI. You can see that this is waiting for me to import that URI from the app provider class. I can do that by pressing Alt Enter and selecting import static constant. You can see that this line has been added in here. After that, I can append the table name to this base URI. I can say table name. This would be the content URI that will refer to the movies table. Okay, let's move on. I need two more constants in here, and those don't need to be public. I can set the access modifier of them to private, and I will talk about them in a few minutes. Let's say private static final int. For the first one, let's say movies. I'm going to initialize it to 101. And another one, private static final int. This one I'm going to call movie item, and I'm going to initialize it to 102. Or I can change the first one to 100 and the second one to 101. The usage of these two constants will be clear in a minute when we create our URI matcher object. Let's quickly create that object. I can say private static final URI matcher, this one in here. Let's call it URI matcher. It's equal to, I can initialize it in here, but let's do the job in another method. Let's name that method create URI matcher. Let's quickly create that method above in here. Let's say private void create URI matcher, but this needs to be static because we are going to refer to a static variable.
we are not going to receive anything. And also I need to change the return type to URI matcher instead of void. In this method, I can create a URI matcher object. Let's call it matcher is equal to new URI matcher. We need an integer in here, which I'm going to use URI matcher dot no match. This constant in here is just for initializing our URI matcher object. Basically, a URI matcher is going to compare different requests, different URIs that is going to call this content provider, and depending on those different URIs is going to perform an action. The usage of a matcher and these constants will be clear in a minute. For now, I'm going to add two URI pattern for this matcher. I can say matcher.addURI. As you can see, this method requires three things. The first of which is the authority of our content provider, which I can use our constants. The next thing is a path, which is basically the table name. I can say movies contracts, this one, dot table name. And the next one is the code. And the code that I'm going to enter in here is one of these constants. Depending on different URIs that are going to call this content provider, we are going to, let's say, retrieve an entire table or maybe a single item. The purpose of this URI matcher is to know the exact request that comes from the URI and then perform or match different actions for those URIs. So for the first one, I'm going to pass my movies constant in here, which is basically 100. You can put any number that you want in here, but these two should be different. Let's also pass another URI pattern in here. I can say matcher.addURI. Once again, we need our authority. For the path in here, first of all, we need the table name, which I can say moviescontract.tablename. But that's not all. We also need a slash and a number as well in order to recognize a specific record inside a specific table. The path for that request is going to be movies/1. So this hash in here is just a placeholder for different numbers. You can put a star in here if you are going to pass strings, but in this case we are going to take a look at different movie items by their ID. So I'm going to put a hash in here. For the code, I need to pass my movie item in here because we are going to take a look at a single item. After everything, we just need to return our matcher object. Okay, our URI matcher is now initialized. Later on, we will see that how we can use this. We are done with the constants and the URI matcher. We can start working with these methods. In the onCreate method, we need to initialize our database, and the way we do that is by getting a reference to our database helper in here. But before that, let's add a login here. I can say private database helper. Let's call it database helper. And inside the onCreate, I can initialize this database helper. I can say database helper is equal to new database helper, which needs a context, which I can pass get context. We can initialize our database helper object like this, but this is not a good way. If you remember from the database session, when we have created and initialized a room database, we have implemented the singleton pattern. The use of singleton pattern is to make sure that you have only one instance of your database in an entire application. So we are going to prevent creating multiple instances of our database. For that, I'm going to change this database helper class a little bit. I need to create an instance of this database helper class, which is going to be private and static. Its data type is database helper. Let's call it instance. And inside the getter method, let's initialize this instance. Let's override the getter method for the instance. But of course, I need to change this one. First of all, we need to add synchronized in here in order for our instance to be thread safe, so that if multiple threads call this method, it can be thread safe. And after that, we need a context in here. We will see the use of this context in a minute. Before everything, we need to check that if our instance is null or not. So if null is equal to instance, we are going to create a new instance of our database helper. We can say instance is equal to new database helper, which needs a context, which we can pass our context that we just received via this method. And that's all that we need to do in order to implement the singleton pattern. Okay, let's go back to our app provider class. In here, instead of defining the database helper object this way, I can say database helper dot get instance, and I can pass get context for the context. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we are going to start working with this query method and maybe other methods as well. See you in the next video. Okay, let's continue with creating our query method. In here, first of all, I'm going to add a log in order to log the incoming URI. Let's say URI plus the URI. After that, we need to instantiate our database. I can say SQL database, let's call it DB, is equal to database helper dot get readable database. We don't need to write anything to our database for now. Let's just get the readable database. After that, I'm going to use this URI matcher, this static final URI matcher, in order to differentiate between different requests that has been sent to this content provider. I'm going to say switch on URI matcher dot match with the incoming URI, and I'm going to create different cases in here. In case the match is equal to movies, we are going to do something. In case it's a movie item, we are going to do something else, and also we need a default. First of all, let's write the default case. Whenever we are at this default case, it means that something is wrong with our incoming URI. It means that this content provider, or to be exact, this URI matcher, cannot identify that URI. So I'm going to throw a new exception in here, and the exception would be new illegal argument exception, this one. I don't believe we have thrown any exceptions up until now in this course. This is how you throw a new exception. You throw that exception, later on, for example, from the main activity, we will catch this kind of exception. Whenever you are throwing a new exception, you can add a message to that exception as well. For example, in here I can say unknown URI. Let's add the URI as well. So this URI matcher has a match method which will receive the incoming URI and will return one of these constants that up in here we have passed to this URI matcher. Depending on the kind of request that is included in the URI, we are going to, let's say, take a look at the movies table or maybe at some movie item specifically. This match method in here will help us to differentiate between different requests. So in case URI matcher.match is the movies case, we are going to return database.query. We have seen these kind of queries before in the database session when we worked with SQLite database. Basically, first of all, we need to enter a table name in here, which I can use my app contract, or it was called movies contract dot table name. After that, I need to enter the name of the columns, which is basically the projection. As you can see in here, we are receiving the projection, selection arguments, and also sort order. I can pass all of them in that order. Let's say projection, selection arguments. We did take a brief look at this group by and having in the database session. Basically, these are helpful whenever you want to group different records, for example, by different months. This is the group by, and also this having is the condition when you are using group by. In this simple example, I'm not going to use group by and having, so I'm going to pass null for both of them. And I need to pass my sort order. That's all we need to do in case the URI.match is equal to the movies constant. But in case the URI matcher.match is equal to the movie item constant, it means that we have the ID of that record of that item inside our URI. So we are going to create our where clause in here. For that, I can say a string where is equal to movies contract dot columns dot ID plus is equal to plus. We need to retrieve the ID from this URI. We can use content URIs dot parse or parse ID from our URI. So basically at the end this would be something like this. Let me comment this line for now. And this would be like this SQL command. Select a star or our projection, it doesn't matter at this point, from movies where the ID is equal to some ID that has been put into this URI, for example 2. This would be at the end something like this. Okay, let's delete this line. But this where clause can sometimes be tricky. It means that if the user puts some selection and selection argument besides this ID into the URI, we are going to add that selection and selection argument in here as well. So for that, I'm going to say if null is not equal to our selection, I'm going to append that other condition into my where clause as well. I can say where plus equal and make sure to have both of these spaces in here plus our selection. But this is not right because we have saw in the previous video that this selection can contain a question mark, and later on in this selection argument we will receive different arguments. For that I'm going to say selection.replace. I believe we didn't saw this method up until this point. Basically you can have different operations on different strings. One of them is this replace, where you put the old character and the new character, and those two will be replaced. The old character in here is a question mark. We are going to replace it with whatever that is coming from selection arguments with an index of 0. But this is not a good way to append this selection and selection argument to this where clause for different reasons. One of which is that you can't prevent the SQL injection attack in this way. The second one is that you have seen in the previous videos that you can have more than one selection, and also you can have more than one selection arguments. For the sake of simplicity, I'm going to pass only one selection and one selection argument, but if you want to be precise, you may want to consider all the scenarios. One way that you can do that is by splitting this selection at the points that this question mark is happening. For example, you can say a string array, let's say a text array, is equal to our selection dot split. It will split the text at the characters that you pass. For example, you can pass equal to question mark in here, and your selection would be splitted from where you have this equal to question mark characters inside your selection statement. Later on, you can replace this equal to question mark to, for example, equal to selection argument with an index of 0, 1, 2, or whatever that is. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to stay with one argument at most, so this would be fine. But one last thing that I need to be careful about is this warning in here. It says that selection argument can be null and it can cause null pointer exceptions. Basically, it means that your selection might not have the equal to question mark, and the user that is going to use our content provider may put the condition directly. For that reason, I'm going to put another if in here. If null is not equal to selection argument. In the else case, I can say where plus equal, once again, and with two spaces, plus the selection itself. That's all. After this logic, we have our where clause and we can return database, or it was called db.query. Once again, we need the name of our table, which I can use movies contracts.table name. For the columns, I'm going to pass projection. For the selection, I'm going to pass where, the string that we just created. We don't need any selection argument in here because if there was any question mark in here, we have replaced it with the argument of the selection argument. So I'm going to pass null. For the group by I'm going to pass null as well. And also we had the sort order. If it seems a little bit confusing to you, take your time upon this logic. I believe it should be confusing because content provider and creating a new content provider is one of the most confusing part of Android app development. So take your time if you need. Notice that I'm not adding any break in these different cases, and that's because we are returning. In case of returning from this method, we don't need any break. I don't need one in here as well. And in the default case, we are throwing an exception, and we definitely don't need a break in here. I just need to return null from here, and our method is fine. Now that we have created this query method from here, let's call it from our main activity. This time, instead of calling my content provider.query method from the main thread, I'm going to create an async task and I'm going to do the operation in the background. Let's create that async task, private class content provider async task, extend the async task. For the parameters in here, I don't need anything, so I'm going to pass void for 3 of them. Let's implement the doing background method. Before I start working in this doing background method, I'm going to create an array list of movies up in here so that we could pass it to our adapter later on. Let's say private array list of movies. Let's call it movies, and also let's initialize it in the onCreate method. Movies is equal to new array list. Okay, down in here inside the doing background method, I can say cursor is equal to getContentResolver.query. For the URI, I'm going to use movies contract.content URI. For the projection, I'm going to pass null because I'm going to receive all the columns. Selection argument, and sort order would be null as well. Let's iterate through our cursor. Once again, we need to check for nullability of this cursor. If null is not equal to cursor, if cursor dot move to first, let's create the 2 for loops. For int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor dot get count, I plus plus. Before creating the second for loop, let's create a movie object. Let's call it movie is equal to new movie. If you remember, we had an empty constructor inside the movie model, so it's going to work fine. Let's create the second for loop for int j is equal to 0, j less than cursor.get column count, j plus plus. In here, I'm going to set different values for my movie object. I can say movie.setID, for example, to cursor.getLong, and as the index of the column, I can pass cursor.getColumnIndex. We need the name of the column in here, which is ID. Or I can use my constants. I can say movies contract dot columns dot ID. We need to do the same for other three fields. After this for loop, we can add the newly created movie to our movies array list. I can say movies.add and my new movie. Also make sure to close your cursor when you're sure that your cursor is not null. Cursor.close. Let's override the onPostExecute method and set the adapters array list to movies. On post execute, I can say adapter.set movies to movies array list. Let's just call this async task. This time I'm going to create the async task as a member variable so that we could cancel it inside the onDestroy method. Let's say private content provider async task. Let's call it async task. We need to initialize it down in here. Let's say async task is equal to new async task, new content provider async task. After that, we can say async task.execute. We don't need to pass anything. Let's override the onDestroy method as well. I'm doing this because of preventing the memory leaks. In here, I can say if my async task dot is cancelled is not true, then cancel it. Let's say async task dot cancel. We need a boolean in here, and as the name of this boolean says in here, we are going to indicate that if we can interrupt the work of async task if it's running. I'm going to pass false in here so that we don't interrupt our async task, but generally you can pass true as well. The last thing that I need to do is to add the internet permission into my manifest file in order to show different images. If you remember, we are using Glide, and that needs internet permission for showing different images. Let's run our application. As you can see, our content provider is working fine. It's retrieving the data from the database, but our application have a few problems. First of all, it has retrieved the Avengers movie, the first record, twice, and that's because I forgot to put the cursor.move to next in here after the for loop. In here, after these movies.add, I need to say cursor.move to next. So that should solve the first problem. The second problem is the size of these images, and also we can't see the name and description of different movies, and that's because we have set them to the right of this movie. Let's change the layout file a little bit. In here, I'm going to set the width and height of this image view statically. I'm going to say 150 dp for both of them. I think that would be fine. Also, let's add a margin for this card view so that we could differentiate and see some spaces between different items. Let's say margin to, for example, 10 dp. Let's run the application once again. As you can see, this time we are retrieving both of the movies. We are showing both of them, which I believe it's nice. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. We have 4 more methods inside our app provider class. This get type, insert, delete, and update. We are going to start working on them as well in the next video. See you in the next video. Before we move on to create other methods inside this app provider class, let's also test other scenarios in which we can retrieve or query our database using a content provider. If you remember, in here we have a case in which we can look for a single movie, meaning that if our URI contains the ID of a single item, we can look for that single item as well. Also, we can have different projection, we can have one or more selection, and also selection arguments. Let's also test all these scenarios. In my main activity, in the async task class, before everything, let's test the projection case. I'm going to create a string array in here as my projection, equals to new string array. For the column names, let's just say movies contract dot columns dot id. I'm going to receive all the columns but the description. Movies contract dot columns dot name, movies contract dot columns dot image URL. Only these three. And after that, I need to pass my projection in here. Let's run the application. As you can see, we are getting a crash, and if we take a look at the logcat, let me maximize the size of this logcat. Top in here, it says that failed to read row 0, column -1 from a cursor window which has 2 rows, 3 columns. Basically, it means that we have the wrong logic in here. We don't have any column named description, but we are trying to read that and set it as the movie description. Let's comment this set description line and let's run our application once again. As you can see, this time we are retrieving the movies from the database, but they don't have any description. Okay, the projection seems to work fine. Let's also test the selection and selection argument case. For the selection, I'm going to define my where clause to look for all the records which their ID is 2, which is basically one record. For that, I'm going to say moviescontract.columns.id plus is equal to a question mark. And for the selection argument, I need to create a new string array. Let's pass the string.value of, for example, 2. This time, our cursor should return only Mamma Mia. Let's also pass null for the projection, and let's uncomment this description line. Let's run the application. As you can see, we are only getting Mamma Mia 2, which its ID is 2. Okay, this was the selection and selection argument case. We have one case left, and that's when the URI contains the ID of, for example, that movie. For that, I'm going to create a new URI in here. Let's say URI is equal to content URIs dot with appended ID. As the base ID, I'm going to pass movies contract dot content URI, and for the ID, I'm going to pass 1. After creating this URI, I need to pass it to this query method. Let's pass it in here. And also let's pass null for the selection and selection argument. Let's run the application. This time we are getting the Avengers Endgame, which its ID in our database is 1. If you want to make sure, you can log the match inside your app provider class. For example, before this switch statement, in here I'm going to add a log. Let's say match plus URI matcher dot match with the URI that has been passed to this method in here. Let's run the application once again, and this time let's take a look at the logcat and let's search for the match. You can see that match is 101, which is the constant that we have defined up in here for this movie item. Okay, let's move on and let's create the rest of our content provider. The first thing that I'm going to do inside this app provider class is to complete this getType method. Basically, in this getType method, we need to return the MIME type. We have talked in brief about the MIME type in previous videos. Basically, it is the type of data that is going to be returned by this app provider. If you remember, I said that the MIME type for different files, for example, an image is images slash JPEG, or for different videos it's different, or for different texts it's a text slash star or text slash HTML or something like that. But whenever you are trying to retrieve the data from a database, the MIME type is different. If the data that is going to be returned by the content provider inside the cursor is a single item, it's vnd.android.cursor.item. But when it is a group of records, its MIME type is going to be vnd.android.cursor.dir. For returning different types from this getType method, I'm going to create two constants inside my contract class, in the movies contract class. Let's say PSFS for the public static final string. For a group of movies, I'm going to name this constant movies type, and it needs to be something like this: vnd.android.cursor.dir with a slash plus vnd dot. After that, we need to put the authority of our provider. For that, I'm going to use the constant from here, from inside the app provider class. We have an authority in here. It's public, so we can import it in our contract class. I can say authority, let's say plus. Let's import this one. We need a dot in here. Let's say plus the table name. So this is going to be the MIME type when you are going to retrieve a group of movies from this table. For a single item, I can say PSFS movie item type is equal to vnd.android.cursor.item slash vnd dot, once again plus the authority, once again plus dot, plus the table name. So the only difference is between this dir, which stands for directory, and this item. Later on, I can use these two constants from inside my app provider class. Inside this getType method down in here, I can create a switch statement on URI matcher.match. We need to pass the URI. Once again, in case it's movies, let's return the movies contract dot movies type. We need a break. In case it's movie item, I'm going to return movies contract dot movie item type. We need a break in here as well. But essentially these two breaks are not necessary because we are going to return from this method, so we can delete these two. Let's also add a default case. In case of default, when we don't find any match for this incoming URI, I'm going to throw a new illegal argument exception. For the message, let's say unknown URI. After this switch statement, we don't need this return null because we are returning in every case. That's all we need to do in this getType method. Let's move on to insert. In this method, we need to create a switch statement as well. Switch on URI matcher.match our incoming URI, but we don't need the movie item case because we know that we are going to insert a new record into our database and we don't have the ID of that new record. So I can say in case the match is movies, let's add a break. Let's also write the default case. In case it's movies, I'm going to create an instance of my SQL database. Let's call it db is equal to SQL helper, or database helper it was called, dot get writable database this time, because we are going to write to our database. After that, I can say db.insert. We need a table name, which is going to come from movies contract.table name. For the second argument, I'm going to pass null and values as the content values. Also, I never have talked about this second argument, this null column hack. Essentially, it's useful, for example, when you are going to prevent inserting null values inside your table. We know that for the primary key, it's never going to be null, but for other columns, if you want to prevent, you can add the columns in here, or in your SQL statement when you have created your table, you can pass non-null as one of the columns feature in there as well. In this simple application, I'm not going to be worried about this one, and I'm not going to pass any null values to my columns, so I'm going to pass null as the null column hack. This db.insert method, as you can see in here, is going to return the ID of the newly added row into our database, and it's going to return it as a long. I can save that long in here. Let's say long ID is equal to db.insert. You can see that the return type of this insert method inside our provider is a URI. I can create a URI and I can return it from here. For example, in here I can say URI, or let's just say return. I can say content URIs dot with appended ID. For the base URI, I can say movies contract dot content URI. If you take a look at your movies contract, you can see that the content URI contains both the authority URI and also the table name. So we can use that as the base URI in here, and I can pass my ID as the ID that is going to be appended to this base URI. Now that we are going to return this URI, we don't need this break in here. In case of default, when the incoming URI is not going to match these movies, I'm going to throw a new illegal argument exception in here. Let's say throw new illegal argument exception. Once again, let's say unable to insert to incoming URI plus URI.toString. Now that we are throwing a new exception, it's going to break from this point, so we don't need this extra break. And also because we are dealing with the return in every case, we don't need the return now. Okay, let's test the insert method from inside the main activity. In here, I'm going to comment all of this code because I don't need them in the async task in doing background, and let's move on from here. First of all, I'm going to create my content values. Let's call it values is equal to new content values. I can say values.put movies contract dot columns dot name. Let's add the Wonder Woman in here. Once again, values.put movies contract dot let's add the image URL, columns dot image URL, and let's add an image URL. After that, values.put movies contract dot columns dot a description. Let's add a description in here, and I don't think we need anything else. I can say URI is equal to get content resolver dot insert. For the URI, I'm going to pass movies contract dot content URI, and I need to pass my values. Let's log the URI. Let's say new movie URI plus the URI. Okay, let's run the application. Nothing is happening, and that's because we don't have any user interface interaction. I can put all of this code after inserting that movie. Let's say Control X, in here Control V, and I need to uncomment all of this code. But I need to change the name of one of these two URIs. For the first one, let's say new URI. I need to copy it and paste it in here as well. Let's run the application one more time. We are passing an URI with the appended ID. I don't need this. I can say movies contract dot content URI. Let's run it one more time. This time, as you can see, we are seeing the Wonder Woman. And because I have run the application 3 times, it has been added 3 times in here as well. And I think that's a good thing that it has been added 3 times. We are going to take a look at the delete inside our content provider, and I will delete that movie from my database. Okay, the insert method was working fine. Let's deal with this delete. Once again, I need a switch statement in here. Switch on URI matcher.match the incoming URI. In case it is movies, we need a database. I can say SQLite database. Let's call it DB is equal to database helper dot get writable database. After that, I can say DB dot delete. We need a table name, movies contract dot table name, and right after that we need the selection and selection argument. We can also return the value of this delete. As you can see, it's going to return the number of rows that has been deleted. So let's say return db.delete. But in case the match is movie item, it means that our URI contains the ID of that row. So I can extract the ID from that URI. Let's create a string in here. Let's call it selection criteria. It's going to be equal to movies contract dot columns dot id plus equals to plus content URIs dot parse id, and we can pass our URI. This way we are setting a new condition for deleting this record from our database. But in here we need to be careful about this selection and selection argument. Sometimes these two might not be null, so we might have 2 conditions. For that, I'm going to do a check in here. If null is not equal to our selection, I'm going to move this selection criteria to before that check. Let's initialize it with an empty string, and of course I need to pass it in here. In case the selection is not null, I'm going to say selection criteria is equal to movies contract dot columns dot id plus is equal to plus the content URIs dot parse id from our URI plus an and in here. I can say space and opening parenthesis plus our selection plus another equal plus the selection argument. We need the closing parenthesis in here. Let's just add it, and this is going to be our second condition. After creating this selection criteria, I can create my database. Like before, I can say SQLite database. Let's call it database is equal to database helper dot get writable database. After that, database dot delete. We need the table name, which is movies contract dot table name, and after that we need our selection criteria. And I'm going to pass null for the selection argument, because if there is any selection argument, we have put it into selection criteria. We can also return the result of this delete method from here as well. Let's also put a default case in here. In case the incoming URI doesn't match any of this, I'm going to throw a new SQL exception. I can say throw new SQL exception with a message, maybe let's say unable to delete. Let's also log the URI. After that, we don't need this return from here, we can delete it. This is our delete method. Let's test it from our main activity and put it before this content resolver.query method. I think this is the good place for it. In here I can say get content resolver dot delete We need the URI, which I'm going to pass moviescontract.content URI. For the where clause, I'm going to say moviescontract.columns.id, or maybe the name, and plus is equal to a question mark. And for the selection argument, I'm going to create a new string array, which its only value is going to be Wonder Woman. We can also log the result of this delete method. Let's save that before everything. Let's say int deleted rows is equal to that, and let's log it. Okay, let's run the application. This time, because the delete has been happened before the query, we don't see any Wonder Woman in here. That seems to work fine. Let's also check the logcat and let's search for deleted rows. You can see that deleted rows is 4. We had 3 Wonder Woman in our database, and another one has been added at the time of running the application at line 60. Okay, the delete method seems to work fine. Let's also implement the update method. Basically, update and delete are a lot similar to each other, so I think I can copy this code from here. Let's delete this return before everything, and instead of db.delete, I can say db.update. I also need to add these values in here as well. And for the second case, down in here, I can say database.update. We need the values, and I think that's it. We don't need anything else. Just let's change the comment of this SQL exception to unable to update. Let's go back to our main activity and let's test the update case. Before querying, I'm going to update the name of the Avengers game, or let's change the Mamma Mia 2 to Mamma Mia. Right now it's Mamma Mia 2. I'm going to remove these 2 from here. And let's do this before projection. I can say int updated rows is equal to get content resolver dot update. We need the URI movie contract dot content URI. We need the content values. Let's quickly create it in here. Content values. Content values is equal to new content values. I'm just going to put the name of that movie. Content values dot put movies contract dot columns dot name, and for its value I'm just going to say Mamma Mia. Let's pass these content values in here. We need the selection and selection arguments. Like before, I'm going to say where the name is Mamma Mia 2. I can copy these 2 from here. I just need to change the Wonder Woman to Mamma Mia 2. Once again, make sure that you have written these 2 exactly as you have put inside your database. I'm not sure if there is any space between these 2. Let's check the database. Let's search for a database helper. When we have created or initialized our database, yes, we have a space in here. Okay, let's finish our sentence and let's also log these updated rows. Let's run the application. This time you can see that the name of this movie has been changed to Mamma Mia. The 2 has been deleted. Okay, this is how you can create a simple content provider for your application. In the next video, I'm going to create another simple application in which is going to use this application's content provider and this application's database in order to, for example, show, delete, update, and insert new records to this application's database. Okay, see you in the next video. Before we move on to use our content provider in another application, I just need to explain one little thing. If you remember, in our app provider class, in the query method, in here we had a condition. And the condition was in case the incoming URI would match to this movie item. It means that if we had the movie item inside the URI, this case would execute. And down in here, we have an if statement. We are saying that if beside the number inside the URI, we had a selection and also a selection argument, we would be able to apply this condition inside our SQL statement as well. Basically, this was helpful for when we want to have multiple conditions in our SQL statement. But in the previous video, we haven't tested this specific case where we had the ID inside the URL and also a selection and selection argument. For testing that, I'm going to switch back to my main activity inside the async task, where we have created our query in here. Once again, I'm going to use this URI, which has the ID in it. So instead of content URI from the movies contract class, I'm going to pass URI in here. And instead of passing null for the selection and selection argument, let's pass some values. In the first case, I'm going to pass null for the selection argument, and I'm going to pass the whole where clause inside this selection. Let's see how does that look. For example, I'm going to say look for the movies which their ID is 1, which has been passed to this URI, and also they have the name, for example, Avengers Endgame. For that, I need to create a string in here. I can say movies contract.columns.name plus equals to, let's say, Avengers Endgame. That would be our selection. Let's run the application and see if this one is going to work. You can see that we are getting a crash. And if we take a look at our logcat, let me delete these verbos. In here, we can see our SQL statement. As you can see, we have an extra space in here, and that's going to cause problem. Essentially, SQLite is going to recognize this endgame as a new command. In order to overcome this problem, I'm going to add a single quotation at the beginning and end of this name in here. For that, let's switch back to our main activity where we have added the Avengers Endgame. I can add a single quotation in here. Let's run the application once again. This time, as you can see, we are getting Avengers Endgame. Okay, let's test the situation where we had passed a question mark for this name and we had the selection argument. I'm going to delete this whole name and pass a question mark. After that, as the selection argument, I'm going to create a new string array, which its only value is going to be single quotation Avengers Endgame. Don't forget to put a single quotation after, and I think I have a typo in here. Okay, let's run the application and see how does that work. Once again, we are seeing that movie in our Recyclerview. That seems to be working fine. Okay, let's move on from this part. In order for other applications to use the content provider and database from our application, we need to add some permission in our manifest file. Let's quickly add those. But first of all, we need to change this value in here, this exported to true, because this time we are going to export our content provider. In the opening and closing manifest tag outside of the application, I'm going to create a permission. Basically, whenever we want to use a permission, like up in here that we are using internet permission, we use this uses permission tag. But whenever we are going to define a permission, we use this permission. For this name attribute in here, I'm going to put some descriptive name, like you can see for this internet. And also this name in here should be unique globally to only your content provider. So for that matter, I'm going to say org.makecode, the name of my package, org.makecode.favoritemovies, let's say read movies. This is going to be the permission that the other application is going to use in order to only read the movies. Later on, we can add another permission for writing to movies. Okay, let's add another attribute in here. I'm going to set a label for this permission. It's just a name. Let's say read movies. I'm going to add another attribute in here as well, and that's called description. Basically, this description is going to be shown to the user in that dialog, And after that is going to decide whether he or she wants to grant or deny the permission for that specific application. But it's really important in here that, like label, you can't put a string in here. For example, if I put some string in here, let's say description, later on when I run the application, this is going to cause problem. Instead of passing the description directly in here, we need to create a string resource values. We can do that by going to our resources folder, inside the values, inside the strings. In here we can create another string. Let's name it read movies description. And for its value, let's say read movies from favorite movies. Okay, let's switch back to our manifest file. Now that I have that string resource, I can say add string and that specific string. There is also another important attribute for this permission, and that's called protection level. You can add 3 protection level for your permission. You can pass normal in here. If you pass normal as the protection level of your permission, the Android system is going to automatically grant this permission to the other application. You can also pass signature in here, this one, and this is going to be useful when the other application is your application and is registered with the exact ID that you have created this application. In some cases, you may want to use that, but we are not going to use it in here. We are going to show a dialog to the user and ask him for the permission. For that, I can say dangerous in here. If I put dangerous as the protection level, the user is going to receive a dialog message. Okay, that's it for our permission. Now that we have it, we can pass it to our provider. In here, I can say permission. We have multiple options in here. I will talk about this grant URI permissions in few minutes, but for now, we have permission, read permission, and write permission. As the names apply, you can be specific with your permission. In this case, I'm going to grant only the read permission, so I'm going to enter that. And for the value of this permission, I'm going to put the name of this permission that we have created. Let's copy that and paste it in here. Let's also add the provider in the naming of this permission. It's not going to harm us anyway. It's just going to be more specific. But we need to add it up in here as well. Okay, now that we have this permission, we are ready to create another application. Let's create that from here. Let's say new project. Let's select an empty activity. And for this one, let's just call it second application. For the UI of this specific application, I'm not going to spend too much time. I'm just going to give an ID to this text view. Let's say ID, and for the ID, I'm going to say text view. Let's initialize this text view in our main activity. But before that, let's add a log. Let's say private text view. We also need to initialize it in our onCreate. Text view is equal to text view find view by ID r.id.textView. Like any other permission, we need to add our favorite movies permission into our manifest file in this second application. I can go to my manifest file. In here, I can say users permission. And for its name, I'm going to copy the name from the first application, from favorite movies. Let's copy this name and let's paste it in here. Basically, when you publish your application and your content provider documentation, you would add this permission in that documentation. That's it for the permission. Let's also minimize this project pane. Because we have set the protection level for our permission to dangerous, we need to check for this permission at the runtime, and also we need to request for the permission if we don't have that permission. For that, I'm going to come in here and I can say if activity compat.check self permission, we need the context, and also we need the permission itself, which once again I'm going to paste in here. If it's not equal to package manager.permission granted, we are going to request for that permission.
We have seen this specific syntax before, so I'm not going to explain much in here. I can say activity compat.request permission. I need the activity once again. We need the string array for different permission, which I'm going to say new string array with the only value of that specific permission, and also we need a request code. For the request code, let's quickly add a constant in here. Let's say psfi public static final int. For its name, let's say read movies permission code. Let's say it's equal to 101. Okay, down in here we can pass this constant. After the curly braces, I can say read movies permission code. We can follow our code from onRequest permission result method. We have seen this syntax previously, to be exact, in the database session. We have talked about how we can correctly handle the permission situation. In this video, I'm just going to grant the permission at the first time that we see that dialog. But if you remember, handling the situation of different permissions is more complex than that. We need to show the dialog for the first time. If we can't show the dialog, we need to navigate the user to, let's say, the application setting page. And even if after that we don't have the permission, if our application is dependent on that permission, we need to show an alert dialog, maybe a snack bar. We also need to check for the permissions in 3 places: on request permission result method, on activity result method, and also in on resume method. If you remember, we have talked about all of that. In here, I'm just going to grant the permission the first time that we see that dialog. Okay, let's override on request permission result. If you remember, in here I can create a switch statement on the request code. I can say in case it's read movie permission code, let's add a break and default case. In case that's our code, I'm going to put an if statement in here. If grant results, this integer that we have received via this method, dot length is greater than 0, and also if grant results with an index of 0 is equal to package manager dot permission granted. In that case, we know that we have the permission. Let's first write the else case. In here, I'm just going to show a to-do. Let's say handle the permission situation. But in case we have that permission, I'm going to create a cursor. Let's say cursor is equal to get content resolver dot query. For the URI, I'm going to pass my movies table content URI. If we take a look at the other application, inside our movies contract, this class, you can see that content URI. We are passing the authority URI, which if we look at the app provider, you can see that the authority URI is containing the content plus the authority. And after the authority URI, we have the table name. So if we want to add it in this project, we can say URI.parse, and we can pass that specific string. I can say content column / or .makecode .favorite movies .provider, and after that we need the table name, which was movies. Basically, it's better to have different constants for these different URIs. This is going to be included in the documentation that we are going to publish for the world, but essentially this is going to be our URI. After that, we need a projection, which I'm going to pass null, selection null, selection argument null, and sort order null as well. We have our cursor object. Let's just add some inter in here. Okay, after creating our cursor, we can iterate through it. We can say if null is not equal to our cursor. Another case in here, if cursor.move to first. Let's create an empty string. The string text is equal to an empty string. Let's create 2 for loops. For int I is equal to 0, I less than cursor.getCount and I++. Another for loop in here for int j is equal to 0, j less than cursor.getColumnCount this time, and j++. We can say text plus equal the cursor.getColumnName with an index of j plus some column plus cursor.getString with an index of j, of course. After that, let's add some \n, and that's it for our cursor. We just need to move our cursor to the next item after the second for loop. I can say cursor.move to next. Let's also add a separator in here. Let's say text plus equal to some stars in order to differentiate between different texts. After everything, once again, don't forget to close your cursor. Cursor.close, but make sure that you are doing it after you are sure that your cursor is not null. As I mentioned in the previous videos, whenever you are working with a content provider that is retrieving the data from a database, you need to do the job in some worker thread and not inside the main thread like I'm doing in here. I'm just doing it for the simplicity. You should create an async task, a service, a job scheduler, a work manager, whatever works for you, and do the job in there. Now that we have created our text, we can pass it to our text view. Let's do that in here. Let's say text view.setText to our text. Okay, I think our second application is ready. Let's just run it. But as you can see, we are not seeing that dialog, and that's because we need to uninstall the first application, the favorite movies application, and install it once again. Because we have changed the manifest file in there, we have created a new permission, we have changed some attributes for the content provider. For those reasons, I need to uninstall the first application and install it once again. Its name was favorite movies. Let's uninstall it. And let's install it once again in order to have it in our device. The first application, it has been installed in our device. Now let's run the second application. This second application. Let's run it. This time you can see that we are seeing that dialog. I'm going to allow the permission. And in here you can see our description. This is exactly what we have put inside that string resource value. Read movies from favorite movies. It's asking for that specific permission. Okay, let's allow it. And immediately after allowing that permission, we are seeing different information from the database inside the first application. We are seeing the ID, name, description, and also the image URL. That seems to work fine. You can use this information however you want. For example, you can create a second Recyclerview and Recyclerview adapter and show them inside the Recyclerview, but for the sake of simplicity, I just showed them inside this text view. Okay, this was one way of sharing your application's database to other applications. Now that we have the permission, whenever we run this application, the second one, we don't need to request for that permission, but also, of course, we need to change the location of this code from this onRequest permission result to maybe on create and do the same thing in there because we want to update our text view. But also there is another way of sharing data to other applications without adding the permission to those applications manifest file. And that's related to that grant permission URI that I was talking about in this manifest. If you remember, for this provider, we have an attribute called grant URI permission. As you can see, I can set it to true or false. Let's pass true in here. So basically what we are going to do is that we are going to start an intent from this favorite movies application. We are going to set some flag for that intent, and with that intent we are going to open the second application. By this way of granting this URI permission and setting different flags for that intent. The second application don't need to have any permission in its manifest file, and also it doesn't need to check for the different permissions. But these kind of permissions are temporary, means that if we close the second application, the permission would be gone as well. In some cases, you may want this behavior. We are going to learn it together in here. First of all, let's delete the permission from the second application's manifest file. I'm going to delete this read movies permission, and also I'm going to delete this whole logic from here. Let's just comment it for now. And also let's move all of this code that we have written in order to create a cursor from inside this onRequestPermission result method to our onCreate method. Because we don't need this onRequestPermission result anymore. We are not going to ask for any kind of permission. I need to copy it to down in here. Let's move it to our onCreate. I can even delete this onPermission, but let's just comment this whole method. Okay, our second application is ready. Let's switch back to our first application, the favorite movies. As I said, we need to send an intent from our main activity. Let's do that in onCreate. After async task.execute, I'm going to say intent is equal to get package manager. The syntax of this intent is going to be a bit different. We haven't seen this kind of intents. It's going to open another application. So I can say get package manager dot get launch intent for package, and in here I can pass a package name. The package name should be the package of the application that you are going to open. I can use the second application's manifest file in order to get that package name. I'm going to copy it from here, and in the first application I'm going to paste it. So this intent is going to open the second application. But what about that flag that I was talking about? Well, for that I can say intent.setFlagged, and I can say intent.flag grant read URI permission. The name is descriptive. I don't need to explain it. It's going to grant the read URI permission. After setting this flag, we need to set some data for our intent as well. And the data is going to be the URI, or to be exact, the content URI of our movies table. I can say intent.setData. Once again, I can say URI.parse. And as the string, I can say content column, comma, column / org.makecode.favoritemovies.provider /movies. I also have a typo in here. This one should be favorite movies. This is exactly what we have put inside our second application. In here we have used the exact URI. Basically this is the content URI for our movies table. Okay, now that we have set this data, we can start the activity. We can say start activity, and we can pass our intent. And that's all we need to do. Let's run our application. But as you can see, once again, we are not seeing anything, and that's because we have changed the first application's manifest once again. We have set this grant URI permission to true. We also have changed the manifest of the second application as well. So let's uninstall both of these applications and let's run them once again. From this setting page, first of all, let's uninstall the favorite movies application, and after that the second application. I'm not sure that we need to delete the second application, and I'm just going to do it for the sake of simplicity. But first of all, we need to install the second application, because if right now we run the first application, it's going to look for that specific package that we have set inside the intent, and there is no application with that package. So for that reason, first of all, we need to run the second application so that we have that application in our device. Let's close this application and let's switch back to our favorite movies application and run it once again. This time, as you saw, we have immediately navigated to the second application, and in here we are seeing different data from our favorite movies application without asking for any kind of permission. That's genius. But there is a potential bug in here. What if we run the second application ourselves? Let's close all the applications that are opened, and let's switch back to our second application project and let's run it. This time we are getting a crash, and if we take a look at our logcat, you can see that we don't have the permission for that specific table. You can see that the URI with this syntax needs some permission, and the reason for that is the grant URI permission is temporary. It always needs to be sent from the parent application. It needs to be sent via an intent. And because our second application don't have any kind of permission right now, and because we are trying to access to some content provider with this exact content URI without having any permission, we are getting that crash. I'm going to talk about the solution of this problem in future videos when we have talked about intent filters. But basically, in our manifest file, we need to add some intent filters like we have in here and listen for different intents. If that intent is going to come from the first application, then and only then we are going to execute this code in here. Then we are going to create our cursor. But more on that in future videos. Okay, this was 2 ways that you could have shared your content provider with other applications. I hope this video was helpful, and if you are confused, please watch this video again. Content providers are a confusing topic, but they are extremely useful. So watch it once again if you need. In the next video, I'm going to start talking about broadcast receivers, and after that, I will talk about intent filters. They are going to be helpful when we create a widget for our application, so we are going to learn them in the next video. See you in the next video.
Hey guys, my name is Maysam, and in this session we are going to talk about notifications in Android. Notifications is one of those topics that Google has changed a lot during the time. In this session we will see all those changes step by step. I'm assuming this session is going to take 1 to 2 hours, and we are going to cover a lot of things. In my layout file, I have added a simple button inside a relative layout. I gave this button an ID, and I'm going to initialize it inside my main activity. Let's add an on-click listener for this button, and we are going to send a notification when the user clicks on this button. Let's do the job inside another method. Beginning from Android Oreo or API level 26, in order to send notifications, you need to create a notification channel. By creating different channels for your notifications, you will categorize the notifications that your application is going to send to the user. The purpose of a notification channel is to give the user the ability to turn off some notifications by category or by their channel from your application and not turn off all of the notifications from your application. Later on, we will see where the notification channels will be displayed to the user. Basically, you will create a notification channel only once at the time of creating your application and set some behavior for that channel. And later on, you will categorize all the notifications that you are going to send to the user upon that channel. Inside this main activity seems to be like a good point to create your notification channels because it's the first activity or it's the starting point of your application. But there is a better place, and that's the application class. Let's quickly create another class and we will talk about the application class in there. I'm going to call it app. This class needs to extend from application, this one, Android.app. After creating this class, you need to override the onCreate method. Let's override that. And after this super statement, we need to create our notification channels. Let's do that in another method. But since notification channels are only available at API level 26 and higher, first of all, we need to check for the API level. We have done this before. We can say if build.version.sdkint is greater than or equal to build.versioncodes.o, which is API level 26, Android Oreo. If that is the case, let's create our channel. And the way you create your notification channel is like this. You create an instance of object notification channel that comes from Android package. Let's call it channel 1 is equal to new notification channel. We need to set an ID for this channel in the format of a string. Let's call it channel 1. We need to put a name for this notification channel. Let's also name it channel 1. Basically, this is the name that user will see. After this, we need a flag for this notification. Let me create that and we will talk about it. This flag in here indicates the importance of your notification. Basically, the Android system, depending on this flag in here, will change the behavior of your notifications. For example, if you set this value to notification manager.importance high, it will both create a sound and also it will notify the user with a heads up message. There are other flags in here. For example, importance low, which as the name applies, it will have a low importance. It means that we won't get a heads up message or we won't get any sound. Also, this default in here, it will pop up a heads up message, but it won't make any sound. For this channel, let's set the importance to importance high. After creating our channel, we can set a description for it as well. For example, let's say channel1.set description to some description. Later on, the user will see this description, and depending on that, will decide if he wants to disable this notification channel or not. After setting a description for your notification channel, you can call notification manager. This one that comes from Android.app and not the notification manager compat. Later on, we will use this notification manager compat, but in here, because we are checking the API version, we are going to use this notification manager. We can say notification manager, let's call it manager, is equal to get system service. We need to pass the notification manager class in here. Let's say notification manager.class. After that, we can say manager.create notification channel and we can pass our channel. That's all we need to do in order to create a notification channel. You can have multiple channels for your application, but for now, let's just stick with this one. Now that we have created this application class, we need to declare this one inside our manifest. Let's do that. In our manifest file, in this application tag, in this application opening tag, we can call the name attribute, and as you can see the suggestion, .app, the name of our class. This attribute in here will register this app class as the application class for our application. Okay, let's move on. In our main activity inside this send notification method, we can create an instance of notification compat, this one, .builder. Let's call it builder is equal to new notification compat.builder. We need a context in here, which I'm going to pass this. But as you can see, it's complaining. It says that this method has been deprecated. In order to update this method, you need to pass a channel ID as well. And the channel ID should be exactly as the name that you have entered in here, this one. Let's copy it and let's pass it in here. The good point of using this notification compat is that it will handle all the compatibility for different notification and different API versions.
You don't need to be worried about different API levels, because if some user is using an API lower than 26, which the notification channels doesn't exist, then it will ignore this notification channel and it will create the notification as in lower APIs. After creating this builder, we can have different attributes for our notifications. For example, we can set a title for our notification by saying set contents title. We need to pass a string in here. Let's just say hello. Also, I'm going to set different icons for my notification. For that reason, let's quickly add one or two icons in our driver folder. New image asset. Let's switch to action bar and tab icons. Let's select the picture. For example, let's search for notifications. This one seems fine. Let's change its name to IC Bell, and let's change the color. Next and finish. We have done this 1,000 times. Now that we have our icon, we can set an icon for these notifications by saying set a small icon and passing our drawable ID. I can say r.drawable.icBell. Also, we can have some contents for our notifications, and we do that by saying .set content text, this one in here, and setting the text. It will create the content for our notification. Let's just say this is my first notification. We have set an importance when we have created this notification channel, but I said that if the user is running on an API lower than level 26, this channel will be ignored. For that reason, we need to set a priority in here as well. We can say .set priority, and as before, we can say notification manager, but this time I'm going to use notification manager compat because the notification manager only exists in API level 26 and higher. So notification manager compat dot importance high once again. This attribute in here will only be useful when the user is running on API level lower than 26, and in upper cases this one will be ignored. There are a lot more attributes which we are going to take a look along this course, but for now I think that's enough. Let's finish our sentence. After creating our builder object, we can call the notification manager compat once again. Let's call it manager is equal to, this time we don't type new notification manager. Instead we say notification manager compat dot from. We need a context in here, which I'm going to pass this. After that, I can say manager.notify. I need to pass an ID in here. This ID will be useful, for example, when you try to update your notification or maybe send another notification of this exact type. If you put the similar IDs in two notifications, the previous notification will be deleted and the new notification will be created. For example, in here, let's just say 1, and we need the notification itself, which we can get by saying builder.build. Okay, we have created our little notification in here with really little features. Let's run our application and see if we can notify the user. By clicking on this button, we should see the notification. And as you can see, the notification both appeared as a heads up and also it made a sound. You can also check the notification from this notification drawer in here. You can see our little icon. You can see the title, which I have put hello, and also you can see the content text. You can also change the colors of some of these texts in here. For example, if we go back to our builder object, before finishing our sentence, we can say .set colors, and we can pass a color. We can use our color.xml file. For that, we need to get the resources, .get color. I need to pass the address of that color. I can say r.color.color accent, for example. Or alternatively, you can use the color Java class. Let's see that as well. You can say color, this one that comes from Android.graphics with a capital case. Color dot, let's say green. Green seems fine. And now if we run our application, we should see some colors will be changed. If we try to send a notification, you can see that the color of this bell icon has been changed. Later on, we will see that when we define a style for our notification, some other text will change the color as well. We can also change the visibility of our notifications on the lock screen. To do that, we need to say .set visibility, this one, and we need to pass a flag in here. We can use notification compat, this one, dot visibility private, public, or secret. I will talk about their difference, but for now let's just select this visibility private. Of course, we can't see the difference inside an emulator because we can't see the lock screen, but if you are running your application on a real device, you should see the difference on the lock screen. Let's send another notification, you can see that, but if I try to lock my phone and unlock it, I can see the lock screen. Let's take a look at the Google documentation at developer.android.com in order to see the difference between these three flags. As you can see in here, visibility public will show the notification in full content. Visibility secret won't show anything about that notification, only if your notification has a priority of high, it will create a sound. But if you set it to visibility private, it will show some basic information about that notification. For example, an icon and maybe the content title. If you want to have a customized view of your notification on the lock screen, it's better to create another notification with another feature and show the things that you want from your notification on the lock screen. Okay, that's enough about lock screen. Let's switch back to Android Studio. Right now, if we click on our notification, nothing would happen. As you can see, I'm clicking and nothing happens. We can set an action for our notification as well. For example, we may want to open an activity by clicking on the notification. Let's do that as well. In order to set an action for our notification, first of all, we need to create an intent is equal to new intent. As before, we need the context, which I'm going to pass this. And for this notification, I'm going to open the main activity. So let's say main activity.class. We can set flags for our intent as well. For example, in here, I'm going to say intent.setFlags to intent.clearTask or intent.newTask. You know that these two flags will clear the backstack, and for example, if we are inside the application, it won't create two instances of the main activity. So it might be useful in some cases. But for example, if you are navigating the user to some other activity rather than this main activity, you may want to not to put these two flags in here. After creating your intent object, you need to create another object of kind pending intent. In general, this pending intent is a wrapper around the normal intent, and it will be useful in cases that you are outside of your application. One of those cases is like in here, when you are outside of the application and you want to trigger an action by clicking on the notification. Let's call this pending intent. Pending intent is equal to, we don't define it like a normal intent. We say pending intent with capital P dot. You can see that in here we have multiple options, one of which is this get activity. And this is the one that we need because we are going to start a new activity. And later on we will see that if we want to start a broadcast receiver, we will use this get broadcast. But for now, let's select this get activity. The first argument in here is the context. Then we need a request code like before, like when we have created this manager.notify method. We need a request code in here as well. After that, we need the intent itself.
And after that, we need a flag. I will talk about this flag later on, but for now, let's pass 0. After creating your pending intent, you need to set an action for your builder object. I can say .set content intent, this one, and we need to pass our pending intent. So by clicking on this notification, this intent will be triggered, which it's going to open the main activity. We just use this pending intent as a wrapper around this normal intent. Let's run our application and see if it's working. Let's send the notification up in here. Now if we click on our notification, you can see that the main activity have been opened. But as you can see, the notification is still in here. It's still in our notification drawer. We can set another attribute in here called set auto cancel in order to cancel the notification or in order to delete the notification from the notification drawer after clicking on it. Let's say set auto cancel to true. Let's run it once again. Create a new notification. Let's click on it. As you can see, this time the notification have been deleted from our notification drawer. Okay, I think that's a good point to stop the video in here. In the next video, we are going to talk more about notifications. For example, we will set different buttons and different actions for our notification, and also we may check some differences in different API levels. See you in the next video. Before we jump into other features that we can set for our notifications, let's quickly take a look at this channel that we have created in the previous video. If we go to the application setting, we can see that channel. Inside the setting, let's find our application. This one in here, notifications, is the name of this project. And if we take a look at the notifications in here, you can see that this is the channel that we have created in the previous video. And we gave it the name of this channel. If we take a look at our app class, in here I named my channel to this channel. And if we click on this channel, we can see the description that we have added in here. This one in here is the description for our channel. By creating different channels and categorize our notifications, the user can decide to, let's say, disable some notification for some specific channel and not all the notifications in our application. And also it's a good thing to say that this notification channel in here will be created only once. No matter how many times you call it, if you pass this ID the same to all the notification channels that you are going to create, it will only be created once. So you don't need to be worried about duplicating some channel. Okay, let's go back to our application. In here, when I send a notification, you can see that some notification will pop up. In the previous video, I have set a content intent for this notification, so if the user click on our notification, he or she would be navigated to the main activity. I can also add some buttons in here as well. Those are called actions. Let's add some actions to our notification. The way you do that is by creating another intent and pending intent. Let's quickly create those as well. I can say intent, let's say action intent is equal to new intent. In here I can navigate the user to maybe another activity, or if we had a broadcast receiver, we can navigate the user to that broadcast receiver. Let's quickly create a broadcast receiver. We just need to create a class and extend from broadcast receiver. Let's call it host receiver. We need to extend from broadcast receiver, and of course we need to override the onReceive method. This one in here. As you can see, there has been some intent passed to this onReceive method, and this is basically the intent that we are setting in here. We can put some extra for this intent, and later on we can receive them inside the broadcast receiver.
For example, later on we will put some message inside this intent, and here we are going to receive it. I can say if null is not equal to our intent, it can be null in some cases. Let's say string message is equal to intent dot get a string extra, and we need our key. Let's say message. It's better to have constants for these keys, but I'm just going to hard code it in here. Or alternatively, you can save these values inside your string resources, and the way you do that is by going to your resources folder and inside the strings.xml, or by pressing Alt Enter and selecting the first one, extract a string resource. I can name it whatever I want, I can put a value for it, and let's say OK. But I need to change this one a little bit. I need to say context.getResources.getString. Okay, now that we have our message object, we can toast it, for example. Let's toast our message. The last thing that we need to do for this broadcast receiver is to declare it inside our manifest file. I can simply come inside this application tag and say receiver with that specific name. Now that we have our broadcast receiver, we can pass it to our intent inside our main activity. Let's say this for the context, and also toast receiver.class. I need to create a pending intent in here. Let's call it action pending intent is equal to, like before, with a capital P pending intent dot, but this time instead of saying get activity, we can say get broadcast. We need to pass a context. We need to pass a request code, which once again is better to have different constants for these values, but in here I'm just going to pass 3. After that, we need to pass our action intent and a flag of 0. Once again, I will talk about this flag. After creating your pending intent, you can create a notification action, and the way you do that is by saying notification compat.action. Let's call it action is equal to new notification compat.action.builder. In here, we need 3 items. The first thing is an icon. Let's quickly create that icon. I think this icon will be ignored, but however, this method in here needs it. So let's quickly create that. New image asset. Let's add some icon. I'm going to stick with this add icon. Let's call it IC add. Next and next. Okay, now that we have this icon, we can pass it in here. We can say r.durable.icAdd. The next argument is a text for our button. I'm going to say toast. After that, we need our pending intent, which I can pass my action pending intent. After everything, I need to say .build in order to build my action. After having your action, you can come to this builder in here, and you can say .add action, and you can pass your action. As simple as that. It's also a good thing to say that the order of these features, these attributes in here, are not important, and you can pass them at any order that you want. Okay, let's run our application. Let's send a notification. This time, if we take a look at our notification, you can see this toast button in here. If we click on it, nothing would happen, and that's because we haven't passed anything to our intent. Let's quickly pass it in here. We can say action intent dot put extra. We need our key in here, which I can have access to that by saying get resources dot get string. I can say r dot string dot message. For the key and for the value, let's say it's a toast message. Now, if we run our application, we should see that toast message. Let's send a notification.
And if we click on toast, you can see that this little toast has been popped up. Even if we close our application, and by clicking on that toast, we should see the message as well. Let's click on toast, and you can see the toast as well. But as you saw, even when I clicked on the toast action, even after popping up the toast message, the notification is still in our notification drawer. In some cases, you may want this behavior, but if you want to dismiss or cancel the notification after clicking on the toast message, you can do it this way. You can go to your broadcast receiver class in the toast receiver. In here, we need an instance of our notification manager compat. We can say notification manager compat, let's call it manager, is equal to notification manager compat dot from the context that we have received to this onReceived method. After that, we can say manager dot cancel in order to cancel that specific notification. In here, we need an ID, and the ID would be the ID that we have passed when we have notified that notification, which in this case is 1. I'm going to pass 1 in here, and now if we run our application, after sending a notification and after clicking on the toast message, we should see that that notification will be cancelled. And as you saw, it has been removed from our notification drawer. In different situations, when you want to cancel your notifications, you can use this notification manager compat.cancel, and by passing ID, that notification will be cancelled. Or if you want to cancel all the notifications for your application, you can say manager.cancel all, this one in here. This will cancel all the notifications that have been sent via your application. Let's test this one as well. Let's send a notification by clicking on the toast. You can see that the notification has been removed. You can also show a progress bar for the notifications as well. For example, if your application is downloading a file, you can show the progress of downloading that file. And the way you do that is by updating your notification at different times. Because downloading is something that needs to happen inside a worker thread, we need to create an async task. Let's quickly create that. Private class. Let's call it download async task. It needs to extend from async task. For the parameters, as the input, I'm going to receive void. For the progress, I'm going to pass integer. And for the result, we don't need anything. We will see why we are passing integer as the progress. Okay, let's create the doingBackground method. In this doingBackground method, I'm going to create a for loop for int I is equal to 0. Let's say I less than 100, our maximum progress, and I plus equal 10. This time, instead of I plus plus, we are going to increase I by 10. After that, I'm going to sleep the thread for 1 second, thread.sleep for 1000 milliseconds. Of course, we need to surround it with a try catch in order to catch the interrupted exceptions. After sleeping the thread, I'm going to publish the progress. I can say publish progress, and I can pass my I. Later on, I need to override the onProgress method as well, or onProgress update, which you can see that it's receiving integers, which is exactly the type that I have passed in here. After the super statement, I can create my notification and constantly send that notification. Okay, let's create our notification object. Notification compat.builder. Let's call it builder is equal to new notification compat.builder. We need a context, which I'm going to pass main activity.this. Let's say .set content title to downloading. Also, I need the channel ID in here as well. As you can see right now, it is deprecated. Okay, let's put the channel ID in here as well. I'm not sure what I have set as the channel ID. Let's copy it from our application class. Let's say Ctrl+C in our main activity. Let's paste that. Okay, after setting the content title, I'm going to say .set progress. We need two integers in here, one for the maximum progress, which is 100. After that, the progress itself, which is going to be values with an index of 0, the values that we are receiving from here. And after that is a boolean that will define the type of notification, if it's determinate or if it's indeterminate. I will talk about this determinate and indeterminate in a minute, but for now let's just pass false. After that we need to set a priority. Let's say notification compat.priority high. Also let's set a small icon. Set small icon to r.dribble.icBell. Okay, I think that's enough for this notification. Let's notify it. I can create my notification manager compat. Notification manager compat.from our main activity.this. After that, manager.notify and ID, let's say 5, it doesn't matter at this point, and our builder.build. After everything, we just need to execute this async task inside our onClick listener of our button in here. Instead of calling this method, I'm going to comment this line, and I can say new download async task .execute. We don't need to pass anything. Let's just run our application and see if it's working. Let's send the notification, and as you can see in here, it's constantly updating. But the sound in here may be annoying. We can set the alert only once to our notification to only alert the user once with this notification, with this ID. Let's say .set alert once, set only alert once to true. Let's run it once again. Let's send the notification. You can see it's updating and it only make that sound once. But as you can see, it's still downloading, or it's still showing the progress bar. We need to override the onPostExecute method in here as well and show another notification in that method. Let's copy all of this from here, and instead of progress to these values with an index of 0, I'm going to say 100. Or maybe we don't need to show the progress. Instead, I'm going to say .set content text to, let's say, download finished. Also, let's change the title to downloaded. Okay, let's run our application. If we send a notification, we should wait for the download to finish. And as you can see, the new notification has been sent and our notification is now updated. Let's also check the indeterminate case. In here, instead of passing false, if we pass true and run our application, if we send a notification, you can see that this time it's not showing any progress. It's somehow indeterminate about the downloading of the file, but we should see that new notification after finishing the downloading. When you pass true as indeterminate in here, these two values in here will be ignored, this maximum integer and also this progress integer. So you don't need to pass anything if you want to use the indeterminate notification. Okay, I think that's enough for this video. In the next video, we are going to look at different styles for our notification. For example, a large text style, also a big image style, and also we will take a look at the messaging style. See you in the next video. In this video, we are going to take a look at different styles that our notification can have.
One of those styles is a large text style. It means that if we had a large text, we may want to create an expandable notification, which when we create the notification, it will only show a portion of that text, and when we expand that notification, we can see the whole text. I'm going to use the notification channel that I have created in the previous video, and I'm going to create my new notification inside another method. Let's call this one send large text notification. Like before, first of all, we need to create our notification compat.builder. It's coming from new notification compat.builder. We need to pass our context, which is this, and also we need to pass our channel ID. Let me copy that from my application class. If you are wondering, I'm pressing double shift in order to pop up this menu, and from here I can search for different files. I have mentioned it in previous sessions when we have talked about different shortcuts in IntelliJ and Android Studio. But in case you have forgotten, I'm pressing double shift. First of all, let's set a small icon r.drival.icbell once again. Set content title to, let's say, large text notification. Let's also set a content text. This content text will be ignored when we set the style to large text style. It doesn't matter what you put in here. I'm just going to say this is the content of the notification. Let's also set a priority to notification compat.priority high maybe. After this, we can say .set the style, and we can pass new big text style, notification compat.big text style. After passing this style, before the closing parentheses, I can say .set big content title. In order to have a title for my text, I'm going to say large text title. So when you set the big content title in here, this content title from up in here will be ignored. So be careful about that. After this, we can set a big text. We can say .big text, and we can pass our char sequence or text. But instead of passing the text directly in here, I'm going to save the text inside my string resources. Down in here, resources, values, and strings.xml. I'm going to create a new string value. Let's name it large text. I have copied a dummy text for this large text from internet, and it doesn't mean anything. Okay, now in here I can say get resources dot get string or dot string dot large text. I can also have a summary text in order to have the collapsed text. Let's set that as well. I can say dot set summary text, and I can pass a text in here. Let me copy this one from here. But when you do this set summary text, this set content text will be ignored. Okay, I think that's enough for the notification. Let me create the notification manager. Notification manager compat manager is equal to notification manager compat.from the context manager.notify, one as the ID, and the builder.build as the notification itself. Okay, now inside this on-click listener of this button, I can call this method. Let's say send large text notification. Let's run our application. As you can see, I'm getting a warning in here, and the warning says that the resource compilation has been failed. I think the reason that we are getting this error is because this string in here is too long, and we need to pass it inside our Java code. I don't know why, but it seems like this strings.xml file is not accepting text this large. Let's delete this one from here, and let's create our string inside this method. let's say a string large text is equal to this text from here. And after everything, instead of passing the resources, let's pass our string. Okay, now let's run our application. We should see the text this time. If we try to send a notification, you can see that we are seeing the whole notification. You can see that the title of this notification has been changed to large text title, which is the one that I have passed to this style, and not the one that I have passed to the notification itself. Large text notification, this one has been ignored. Also, if you want to take a look at the collapsed version, you can do that. Let's show the notification once again. You can see that we are seeing the summary that we have set down in here. This is the content of the notification. Once again, this one from up here has been ignored. Okay, this was the big text style. Let's also take a look at another style called big picture style. Let's create that in another method. The reason that I'm creating all these methods and I don't delete them is because I'm going to upload the source code to both my GitHub page and also my website, which you can see their links on the screen. So if you want to check what I am writing, you can do that by going to my GitHub page or my website. Okay, let's create our method. This time I'm going to name it send big picture style or big picture notification. Once again, we need our notification builder, notification compat.builder, builder, new notification compat.builder, this as the context and channel ID. I don't know why, but I'm keep forgetting that. Okay, let's copy this one, paste it in here. Dot set small icon to r.durable.icbell dot set content title to big picture notification, set content text. Let's say somebody liked your post. Let's also set a priority. This set priority, as I mentioned in the previous videos, is for API versions lower than 26. We know that this priority is coming from the notification channel in API 26 and higher, but this one is for API lower than that. Okay, let's say notification compat.priority high. Before we set the big picture style, let's see the set large icon, and after that we will check the big picture style. You can see that this set large icon in here needs a bitmap. So let's import that into our project. I have prepared a picture, it's in my desktop. Let's copy that in our mipmap folder. Resources, mipmap. Paste, the name is moon, fine. Okay, now that we have this picture, it's a JPEG file, we need to decode it to a bitmap. And the way you can do that is by saying bitmap, let's call it moon, is equal to bitmap factory, this one, dot decode from resources, because it's in our resources, it's in our mipmap folder. First of all, we need to pass get resources, and after that, the location of that mipmap, that JPEG file. I can say r.mipmap.moon. Now that we have this bitmap file, we can pass it to the set large icon. Okay, now let's create our notification manager and let's create a notification. The last thing that we need to do is to call this method from inside this onClick listener. Let's comment the previous method. Let's say send large or send big picture notification. Right now we haven't set any style for our notification. We are just going to see what this set large icon looks. Let's run our application. If we send a notification, And if we take a look at our notification, we can see the large icon. Basically, this is not an icon. This one in here is our icon, which we have set a small icon. But this one in here is more like a thumbnail. Okay, however, this is what set large icon is doing. If we want to have a big picture style, we can set that by saying .set style and new big picture style, notification compat.big picture style. Once again, in here before the closing parentheses, I can say set big content title to whatever I want. Let's say big picture notification. Once again, when you set this one and also the summary, these two from here will be ignored. After that, let's also say big picture. Once again, we need to pass a bitmap, which once again I'm going to pass this bitmap that I have created. I'm not going to set any summary for this picture. Let's just close it and let's run our application. Once again, if we send a notification and if we take a look at that, you can see the big picture style. Also, if you want to take a look at the collapsed version of this style, you can see that that big picture is gone, and if we try to expand that, we can see it. But it's important to know that the image that is going to be shown in here is center cropped, and for example, right now I can't see the moon itself. It has been cropped from our image. Also, sometimes when you expand this kind of notifications, you may want to hide this large icon from here. And the way you do that is by coming in here and say big large icon, this one, and set it to null. Now if we run our application, we can see the difference. This one, now that our notification is in expanded mode, we can't see the large icon, but if we go back to collapsed mode, we can see the large icon. Let's also take a look at another style called inbox style, and after that finish off this video. Okay, I'm going to keep this method for you to check it later on, and I'm going to create another method. Private void send inbox notification. It's practically the same as we did for other notifications. Let's copy some of these before this style. But we don't have this moon object from here. Let's delete this line as well. Also, let's copy this notification manager. This time for the style of my notification, I'm going to say .set style and new inbox style. Notification compat.inbox style. Once again, before the closing parentheses, I can say .add line, this one in here, and I can add up to 6 lines to this style. Let's say first line. Once again, add line. Let's also add a 7th line and see if we can see that line as well. Essentially, we can add more than 6 lines in here, but they won't be shown into our notification. Let's say 7th line, and let's finish our sentence in here. Once again, we need to call this method from our listener of this button. Send inbox notification, and let's run our application. Let's send a notification, and if we check it, we can see the 7th line. I think the number is 7, the limit is 7 lines for here. Sorry for that. If we add another line in here, let's call it 8th line. And if we run our application, we shouldn't see this 8th line. Send a notification. If we check it, you can see that we are seeing the lines from 1 to 7. This style is helpful for the applications like a messaging application and also email application, You can show different emails and different messages that have been received into different lines. I think we need to change the title of this notification. Let's do that in here. I'm going to say inbox notification. Okay, these were 3 simple styles for your notification: large text, big picture, and inbox style. In the next video, we are going to take a look at 2 more exciting styles: the media style and also messaging style. Those 2 styles are much more interactive and it's going to be a lot of fun. See you in the next video. In the previous video, we have talked about 3 different styles for your notifications: the large text style, the big picture style, and also inbox style. In this video, we are going to talk about 2 more styles: media styles and also messaging style. For that, once again, I'm going to create a new notification inside a new method. Let's say send media notification. Media notification is useful for when, for example, you want to show some music player as a notification. Let's create that and we will see how beautiful that is. We can create our notification compat like before. Builder is equal to new notification compat.builder. This as the context and channel 1 as the ID of the channel. Like before, set the small icon to r.driver.icbell.set content title to, let's say, media notification. Set content text. Let's just say this is a media notification. Set priority to notification compat priority high. After this, we can add different actions for our notification. We know that, for example, in a music player, we have pause, next, previous, and also maybe like and dislike buttons. I'm going to add action for each one of those buttons, but before that, we need 5 icons for those actions. As you can see, I have added 5 different icons: previous, next, pause, like, and dislike. I'm going to use them in here for the icon of our action. First of all, I can say .action. I need to address my icon r.driver. For the first one, let's say dislike. For its title, let's say dislike once again. For the third parameter, in a real-world application, you need to create a pending intent like we did before for different actions and then pass it in here. But since it's not a tutorial about creating a music player application, I'm not going to create all those pending intents. I'm just going to show you how you can create different actions. We will go in depth more about this kind of notifications when we create a music player in future sessions, to be exact, in creating a music and video player session. But for now, I'm just going to pass null as the pending intent. I need to add 4 more actions in here. For this notification style, I can say .set style. I can pass media style, but before that, we need to implement some dependency into our Gradle file. You can find that dependency by searching for media support library in Android. The first one from developer.android is our link. Let's search for media. This one in here seems to be our needed dependency. Copy that into your Gradle file. After copying, just sync and wait for some downloading. Now that we have added this dependency, we can set a style, a media style for our notification. We can say new media style, the one that comes from support.v4 package. And that's all we need in order to set a media style for our notification. Let's create our notification manager compat and create our notification. The last thing that we need to do is to call this method from inside the onClick listener. Let's say send a media notification. Let's run our application. Let's try sending a notification. And if we take a look at that notification, we can see that the notification is like a media player or a music player notification. But we can enhance this one as well. Let's add the music cover for this image as well. In order to do that, once again, we need a bitmap. I have prepared it before. Let's add that image into our bitmap folder. Before creating our notification builder, we need to create that bitmap. Like before, we can say bitmap, let's say cover is equal to bitmap factory dot decode resource. We need to pass get resources, and after that r dot bitmap dot Billy, it was the name of my image. Down in here, after setting the style, I can say dot set large icon to the cover bitmap. Let's also change the title and the text of this notification to the name of the song and singer of this song. Let's say Bad Guy for the name of the song, and it's from Billie Eilish. Okay, let's run our application and see how does it look. If we send a notification and check our notification drive, you can see that how beautiful that is. The cover of our song has been added in here, and also I didn't have this effect in here for my cover. If you want to take a look at my cover image, this is something like this. It has been added to our notification by the Android system. We can see the title and also the content text of our notification as well. Later on in the creating a music and video player session, when we create different pending intents for all these buttons, we would be able to maybe pause the song, skip the song to next and previous, and also maybe we could like and dislike our song. Also, we are able to show different items in the collapse mode. Right now, if I click on the collapse, all these buttons would be gone. I can change this behavior as well. I can come to this set a style in here after creating our style. I can say dot set show action in compact view, and I can pass the integer or the index of these buttons. Indexes start from 0, so the ones that we need in here is this previous, pause, and maybe next. So for that I need to pass 1, 2, and 3. You can pass whatever you want in here. For example, if you want to show only pause button, you can do that as well. Let's run our application. If we take a look at our notification, this time if we collapse our notification, you can see only these 3 buttons. Okay, this was our media style. Now let's talk about messaging style. Beginning from API level 24 or Android Nougat, you can reply to different messages that you receive via notifications directly from inside the notification. And you don't need to open your application in order to do that. But for doing that, you need to set the style of your notification to messaging style. Let's do that in another method. I can create a style for my notification and I can pass it like I did in here inside the builder object, or I can create it before the builder object. Like in here, for example, let's say notification compat dot messaging style, this one in here, let's call it style, is equal to new notification compat.messaging style. Inside the parentheses in here, I need to create a new person. Before API level 28, you could have passed, for example, a text in here, but as you can see in here, this method has been deprecated. Also, it's worth noticing that if you take a look at the Android documentation, they haven't mentioned this deprecate method. It means that they are still using this text and they don't pass a person, and you need to really go in deep into different references to figure out what you need to pass in here. Instead of a text, I can create a new person in here by saying new person. This one that comes from support library, support.v4. I can say new person.builder. Let's go to next line. In here, I can simply set a name for my person. You can see that I can set an icon, maybe the importance and everything, but in here, I'm just going to set a name for that person. Let's just say Brad in here. After this parenthesis, we need to say .build in order to build our person object. And this would be our style. We can also set different things for our messaging style as well. For example, we can say style.set conversation title, and we can pass a title in here. For example, let's say family group. You can put anything that you want in here, but it's suggested that you put the group name that this message is coming from. You can add different messages for this style as well in order to show a history of different messages that two persons have had together. For example, in here I can say style.addMessage and I need to pass a message object. But before that, I'm going to create a Java class to modelize that message. You will see why I'm creating this class. Let's say message model. And in here, I'm going to have only two fields, private string, the name of the sender, and also private string, the text itself. Let's create a constructor for these two and also getters and setters. I'm not sure that I'm going to use these getters and setters, but I'm just going to create them. Let's create an array list of this message model and then pass it to our style. I can say array list of message model. Let's call it messages is equal to new array list. After that, let's add some messages to this array list. I can say messages.add new message model, which we need a name. Let's say Sarah. And for the text, let's say hello everyone. Let's add a couple more. After creating this array list, I can create a for each loop and add them one by one to my style. I can say for message model, let's call it M inside our messages array list. In here, I can say style.addMessage, and inside the parentheses, I need to create a new message, or to be specific, a new notification compat.messagingstyle.message. For this message, first of all, we need to get the text. I can say m.getText. After setting the text for your message, you need to set the time that this message has been sent. And you do that by passing the milliseconds of that timestamp. This time will be ignored in your notification, so it doesn't matter what you put in here, but if you want to be precise, you can use system clock dot current thread time in millis. This one in here will return the millisecond of the current time. After this time in millis, we need to set the sender of this message. And we can do that by creating a new person, like we did before in here, up in here. I can say new person.builder, and for its name, I can say .set name. And the name that I'm going to use in here is coming from the message.getSender. And after everything, we need to call the .build method for this person in order to create that.
Let's see where that parenthesis ends. In here I need to say .build in order to create my person. Let's also add some enter in here in order to go to the next line and see better. So basically what this for loop is doing is that it's getting all the values from our messages array list and creates new messaging style.message object. It's setting the message text to the message model.getText. It's setting the time to current time in milliseconds, and after that we are creating a new person for our message, and we are setting the model.getSender as the name of that new person. It's going to loop through all of our array list, and it will add all of these messages to our style. After creating the style, we can create our notification object. We can do that by saying notification compat.builder. Let's call it builder, new notification compat.builder. You need to pass the context and the channel ID. Let's copy some of the features of the builder from down in here so that we don't have to write them once again. But I'm going to change some of them. For example, for the title, I'm going to say messaging notification. And for the content text, let's say messages. I think these two will be ignored as well. Let's minimize this method. Also, we need to say .set style and to the style that we have created. Okay, that's the minimum features that we need to set for our builder, and up until this point it should work. So let's create that notification. The last thing that we need to do is to call this method from inside the onClickListener. Let's run our application and see if it's working. Let's send a notification and let's check that notification. As you can see in here, this notification has some messaging style, and I think it's beautiful. You can set different icons for your contacts, and also you can add a reply button in here, but more on that in a few minutes. You can see that the notification name has been changed to family group, the text that we have set for our style. And also you can see that this content text and content title has been ignored. I'm talking about these two. These two have been ignored and they have been replaced with this family group and different messages. If you want, you can collapse this notification and you can see the latest message. Okay, now let's add that reply button that I was talking about. For that reply button, first thing that I need to create is to create an object of kind remote input. We will talk about that and we will see what that is. I can say remote input, the one that comes from v4 package. Let's call it remote input is equal to new remote input dot builder, this one. This builder in here needs a key, and later on, for example, when we receive this remote input from inside our broadcast receiver, we need this key to get access to that message. Let's pass our remote input. You can also set a label for this remote input as well. This label that you are going to set in here will be shown into your edit text inside your notification. Later on we will see exactly where that is going to appear. We can say .set label, this one, and we can set it to your answer here. After everything, we just need to call .build in order to build our remote input. Next, we need to create an intent and also a pending intent in order to set an action for this reply button. But before that, we need a broadcast receiver in order to receive the input even if the user is not in our application. So let's do that. Let's quickly create the broadcast receiver. Let's call it messages broadcast receiver.
Once again, it needs to extend from broadcast receiver, and we need to implement the onReceive method. The remote input, or basically the message that user is going to type, is going to be saved inside the bundle, and from there it will be sent to this broadcast receiver. I can save that bundle by saying bundle is equal to remote input, the one that comes from support.v4, dot get result from intent, and we can pass the intent that we have received to this broadcast receiver. Now we have our bundle. We need to check that if our bundle is null. If it's not null, we can save the message that user is going to enter. We can say string message is equal to bundle.getString, and we can pass our key, the key that we have entered in here inside the main activity, this one. And you can do whatever you want with this message. But for now, let's go back to our main activity and let's continue creating our notification. But before that, we need to create an intent. Intent is equal to new intent. I can pass this for the context, and also messages broadcast receiver dot class as the second argument. We need to create our pending intent. Pending intent dot get broadcast, this one. I can pass this as the context, 0 for the request code, intent as the intent itself, and also we need a flag in here which I'm going to pass 0. If you want to see other flags, you can say pending intent with capital P dot. You can see different flags. Flag update current in here means that it will update the current task or current action. Flag cancel current, the names are descriptive, and you can check the documentation for the rest, but essentially most of the time you pass 0 in here. Okay, now that we have our pending intent, we can create an action and pass this pending intent to it. Once again, we can pass our action inside the builder object, or we can create it before that builder. I can say notification compat, this one, dot action, let's call it action, is equal to new notification compat dot action dot builder. Like before, we need to pass a durable for this action. I can say r dot durable dot, let's say IC bell, for example. After that, we need to set a title, let's say reply, and after that we need to pass our pending intent. Okay, after everything we can say dot build in order to build our action object. But before this build, we need to do something else. We can say dot add remote input, this method in here, and we can pass our remote input that we have created above in here. This way we will receive the remote input that user is going to enter, and we will handle this remote input in our broadcast receiver. Okay, now that we have our action and pending intent and remotes and everything, we can set an action, or maybe we can add an action inside this builder object. Let's just pass our action. Also, let's change the color in here as well. I can say set color, and I can pass color dot, let's say green. Okay, let's run our application and see the differences. Let's try sending a notification. Like before, you can see a previous history of these messages. If we click on this reply, you can see this edit text in here. And this is the title or the hint that we have entered in here for this remote input. Your answer here is appearing in here. Let's send a message. Let's say hello. But right now, if we try to send this message, it's going to keep scrolling, and it's not going to show and update this messages list. And that's because we haven't set anything, or we haven't handled correctly our remote input in our broadcast receiver. Let's do that as well. In order to handle this message that we are going to receive, I'm going to change this messages array list. I'm going to change it to a static member variable, and later on from my broadcast receiver class, I'm going to add that message that user has recently entered to this messages array list. Let's do that and we will see why I'm doing this. I'm going to set it as a member variable. It needs to be public. It needs to be static. Let's say array list of messages model or message model. Let's call it messages, and that's it. We also need to initialize this messages array list as well. Let's say new array list. Now that we have created this member variable, which is public and static, you can see that we don't have any problem in here, and also from our broadcast receiver, we can add this message to that messages array list. But for that, we need to create an instance of our message model, new message model. For the sender, because it's always going to be the user that is currently using this application, I'm going to say Brad. If you remember, when we have created this style in here, we have set the name of this person to Brad. Let's also change this one to Mason. We can set the name in here manually to, let's say, Mason. And for the text, we can set the message. After creating this object, we can say main activity.messages.add, and we can add our message model. But also after adding this message to our messages array list, we need to show the notification once again so that notification messages will be updated. In order to do that, I'm going to change this method in here inside the main activity, this send messaging style notification, to public static method. And later on from, let's say, broadcast receiver, I can call this method. I can say main activity dot send messaging style notification. But if you take a look at your main activity, you can see different problems. And the problem is for the context that you are passing in different places. For that reason, I'm going to receive a context in here as the input of this method, and later on I can use this context. Let's pass it in different places. Now that we have fixed this context, we need to fix this call from here as well. We need to pass a context, which I'm going to pass main activity.this. Inside our broadcast receiver, in here we need to pass a context, which I'm going to pass the context that we have received via this onReceived method. This way, we are sending a new notification to the system. You could have created that method in here and you could have shown the notification from inside this broadcast receiver, but that seems like a lot of work. And as I said previously in this course, whenever you are copy and pasting, know that you are doing something wrong. Okay, let's run our application. Let's send a notification. As before, we can see the previous messages. Let's add some messages in here. Let's say hello. It's still in progress phase, and that's because we have made a little mistake and we didn't declare our broadcast receiver inside our manifest. Let's do that as well. Let's say receiver, this time messaging broadcast receiver. Okay, now let's run our application. Let's send a notification. Let's add a reply in here. Let's say hello. The message has been sent, but as you can see, the message list hasn't been updated. And the reason that it's not updating is because inside this send messaging style notification, we are reinitializing our messages array list. We need to delete this one because if you remember, we have initialized this messages array list up in here. Now let's run our application. This time it should work. Let's send a notification and let's add a reply. And as you can see, hello from Maysam has been added to the beginning of these messages. That seems perfect. Okay, this was the messaging style for notifications. In the next video, we are going to take a deeper look at different notification channels and also grouping different notifications. See you in the next video. Before we start this video, I would like to explain some mistake that I did in the previous video. If you remember, at the end of the previous video, we have set a messaging style for our notification, and if we send a notification, and if we try to send a reply in here, for example, if we say hello, you will see that our message would be added at the top of our notification. This is the end of our messages list and not the start of our messages. In the previous video, I said that this is the start of our messages, but I have said wrong. The reason that this reply has been added to the end of our messages list is that in here inside this send messaging style notification method, we are adding messages each time that we call this method. And if you remember, I'm calling this method from messages broadcast receiver from here. I'm calling that method whenever the user tries to press that send button. So whenever the user tries to send a new message, all of these messages will be added to the array list as well. This is not a good place to add different messages to our static array list. Instead of doing it in here, I'm going to move these messages to my onCreate method. Type in here, before everything, let's add our messages. Now if we run our application, we should see that our message would be added to the end of our list. Okay, let's send a notification. This time, let's say hello. You can see that the message has been added to the end of this notification. I also need to explain that using static variables like we are using in here is not a good idea, and the reason for that is that the life of a static variable, or like in here an array list, is within the application itself. For example, if we close our application right now, and if we go to our notification and try to add a reply in here, let's say hi. If you try to send this message, you can see that all of our notification will be deleted. Because now the messages array list is empty because we are not inside our application. In a real world application, you may want to retrieve these messages from maybe a database, or if it's an online application, you may want to retrieve them from the web server. Okay, that's enough talking about the issues that our application had. Let's jump to the topics that we are going to talk about in this video. In this video, I'm going to talk about some small concepts related to notifications, in which the first one is grouping different notifications. If your application is sending too many notifications that may take too much place in the navigation drawer, or for any other reason that you may want to group different notifications together, you may want to use the setGroup method on the builder object of the notification. But it's important to know that beginning from API level 26, if your application sends more than 3 notifications, all of those notifications will be grouped together. We will see how that behaviors will look like. Okay, let's start by creating a new method and send to notification and group them together. One thing that is going to be different from other notifications is that on this builder, I'm going to say .setGroup, and I need to pass a key for my group in here. For example, let's just say first group. Let's also copy this notification one more time in order to have 2 notifications and group them together. Let's call this one second builder. I need to issue this notification as well. Manager.notify to for the ID. It's important that these IDs wouldn't be the same, because if you put the same IDs, the notification will be updated and no new notification will be issued. Second builder.build. Despite these two notifications, we need to create another notification called summary notification. We will see why I'm going to create that. So once again, I'm going to say notification compat.builder. Let's call it summary builder. New notification compat.builder, this and channel 1. But for this summary builder, we need to set another attribute as well, and that is set summary group or set group summary to true. This attribute in here will tell the Android system that this new notification will be the summary that will be shown to the user after grouping different notifications together. You can change the title and the text in here. For example, you can say 2 new notifications in here in order to show a summary text to the user. But of course, we need to issue this notification as well. Let's copy this line of code and let's change it a little bit. Okay, the last thing that we need to do is to call this method from inside the onClick listener. I'm going to comment this line for now. And let's say send a group of notification. Let's run our application and see how does it look. If we try to send a notification, if you check the notification drawer, you can see the summary. Let's also freeze the thread for maybe 2 seconds in order to see them better. Before issuing the first notification, I can create a try-catch block and use thread.sleep as we did before in this course, but instead of that I can use system clock with a capital S and .sleep, and I can pass let's say 2000 milliseconds. This way we don't need to create the try-catch block. Okay, let's do that after issuing the first notification and also before the summary notification. Let's try running our application. This time, if we send a notification and we check our notification drawer, we can see the notifications step by step. As you saw, first notification issued, second notification issued, and after that, you can see the summary. But as you can see, this content text in here has been ignored. And that's because beginning from API level 24, you don't need this summary notification. It will automatically summarize the notifications for you. You only create this summary notification for API level 23 and lower. For example, if we try to run our application on an API lower than level 24, for example, I have a Nexus 1 with API level 22 in here. If we try to run it on this device, which is really ugly, we should see that 2 new notifications text. Let's send a notification and let's check the notification drawer. First one, second one, and after that, the summary notification. 2 new notifications as it said in here. But as I said at the beginning of this video, if you don't put any group for new notifications beginning from API level 26, they will be automatically grouped together if there are 4 or more notifications. Let's try that as well. I have deleted all the set group attribute, and also we don't need to notify the summary notification. Instead, let's just issue the second notification twice, or maybe 3 times. But of course, we need to change the ID. Now let's run our application and see how does it look without this set group attribute. Let's try sending a notification. First one, second one, third one, and for the fourth one, we are seeing the summary, which has been created automatically. Okay, this was grouping different notifications. Just one last thing that I would like to mention is that I have tried sending summary notifications with this set group attributes for different notifications on API level 19. And it didn't seem to work on that level of API. Let's press some Control Z and undo the thing that we have done. Okay, now all these set groups are back, and we are notifying the summary builder as well. Let's run our application on API level 19. If we try to send a notification on this API, and if we check the notification drawer, you can see that we didn't get the first and second notification, and we just get the summary notification. I don't know why this is the behavior for this level of API. I didn't try the 21 and 20 version of API, but in 19 this looks like this. They didn't mention it anywhere in the references or documents. This set group method should work in all level of APIs. But if you want to overcome this problem, you may want to not to group different notifications together. Instead, issue the first and second notification, and after that cancel these two notifications and send maybe a summary notification, of course without this attribute set group summary. Okay, let's move on from this part. Like grouping different notifications together, you can also group different notification channels together as well. You may want this behavior, for example, if you have some personal and some business data in your application. You may want to send different messages and let's say comments for every user, both categorized in personal and also business matter. For that reason, you may want to create different groups for your notification channels and group different channels as well. If you remember, I have created my notification channels inside my application class. Also, I never talked about this application class. This is the initial point of your application. This will even run before the onCreate of your main activity. So it's a good place to have any sort of initializing that you want. For example, in here we are creating our notification channels. Let's quickly create two more channels in here, and after that group them together. I'm going to copy these two lines. And also we need to create these two channels as well. I can say manager.create notification channel, and I can pass my channel 2 and 3. Before creating all of these channels, we need to create our channel group. And if you do that after creating different channels, you will get some exceptions. We can create notification channels by saying manager, which I need to initialize before all of this. Let's move it top in here. Let's say manager.create notification channel group, this one. And in here I can say new notification channel group, and I just need to pass an ID and a name for that group. Let's say group 1 for the ID and also for the name. Let's say first group. After creating this group, we can say, for example, channel 1 dot set group to the group that we just created. We need to pass the ID of that group, which is group 1 in this case. For the other two channels as well. Also, I need to change the name of this channel to channel 2. Let's say channel 2 dot set group to that group. Let's change the name of this one as well. Channel 3 dot set group to group 1. We will change these groups later on, but for now let's just run our application and see how does this grouping looks. We need to go to the setting of our application, settings, applications and notifications. Notification is the name of my project. Let's check the notifications. You can see we have a first group in here which has 3 notification channels. If we want, we can create another group. Let's copy this line of code and change it a bit. Group 2, and for its name, let's say second group. And for the second notification, let's pass group 2. Now if I run the application, I should see different grouping, but before that we need to uninstall our application. Let's go to the app setting page and let's uninstall our application. Let's run it once again. Let's go back to our application setting, apps and notifications, notifications, notifications. This time you can see two different groups, first group and second group, which only channel 2 is inside the second group. Also, if one of your notification channels don't have any groups that will be categorized as other groups, we need to uninstall our application once again and install it in order to see that behavior. This time you can see that we have 3 different groups, first group, second group, and another one called other. In some cases, you may want to group different notification channels. If you need, this is how you can do it. You can also check that if your application has the permission to send a notification or not. For example, let's create another method and let's check the notification settings. Inside this method, we can create an instance of our notification manager. I'm going to create the compat one. After that, we can use this manager to, let's say, are notifications enabled or not. This method in here will return a boolean. The name is descriptive. It will return true if the notifications are enabled, and it will return false if the notifications are disabled. So we can create an if statement in here. Let's say if manager.areNotificationsEnabled is not true. Let's add an exclamation mark in here. In here you can show maybe an alert dialog or maybe a snack bar in order to tell the user that these notifications are necessary for our application, so enable them. For example, let's create an alert dialog in here. Alert dialog, the support one, .builder. Let's call it alert builder is equal to new alert dialog.builder. We need the context. After that, let's say set title to notifications are disabled. After that, set message to please enable the notification. That's enough for now. Let's just show our dialog. We can say alert builder.show. In the else case, let's just toast a message and let's just say notifications are enabled. We just need to call this method, for example, from inside this onClick list line. Let's say check notification settings. Let's also comment this line for now, and let's run our application. Right now, notifications are enabled for our application. Let's quickly disable them from inside the settings. From here, let's disable all the notifications and let's run our application once again. This time, if I try to send a notification, we can see this dialog, which doesn't have any button or anything. But if you want, you can add 2 buttons in here, for example, one for dismissing and also one for enabling the notification. And you can pass an intent to that enable button in order to navigate the user to maybe the application setting so that you would be able to enable the notification. Let's do that in here. First of all, let's create the set negative button. I'm just going to dismiss the dialog in the case of clicking on the dismiss button. I'm not going to do anything, we just need the button. Set positive button, let's say enable. New onClick listener. And inside this onClick listener, I can say intent is equal to new intent. For the action in here, I can say the settings provider action app notification setting. I will talk about this first one in here, but for now we need this one, action app notification setting. After that, we can say intent.put extra. We need the package in here, but first of all, we need a key, which I'm going to pass settings.extra app package. And for the package name, I can say get package name. Let's start the activity from here. Let's run our application and see how does it look. Right now, the notifications are disabled, so if we try to send a notification, we can see the dialog. We can dismiss it easily. Let's click on Enable. This time you can see that we have been navigated to the application setting. And if we enable the notification from here and go back to our application, now we can send a notification, which in this case, you have saw the toast message. Let's try sending it once again. You can see the toast message, which I have put in the else case. But as you can see in here, I am getting a warning, and the warning says that this field requires API level 26. So in order to open the application setting for API lower than version 26, we need to have a check in here. Let's say if build.version.stk is greater than or equal build.versionCodes.oreo. Let's do this intent, but in the else case, we need to create another intent. And for the action this time, I can say settings.action application details setting. We are going to open the application's details and not the notification directly. But this time, instead of putting some extra, we can say intent.setData, and we can pass a URI in here, the address of our application setting. For that, I can say URI.parse, and I can pass a text in here. I need to say package, we have seen this before, plus get package name. After that, we just need to start the activity. Let's run our application one more time in API level 28, and after that we will run it on API level 22 as well. The notifications are enabled for our application. Let's quickly disable them. From here, let's disable all of them. Let's go back to our application and let's send a notification. Let's enable them. It's working as it did before. Let's also try running our application on API level 22. Let's disable the notifications on this device as well. From here, I need to uncheck these show notifications. Let's turn the notification off and let's run our application once again. This time on the API level 22, if we try to send a notification, we are seeing the dialog once again. If we click on Enable, we will be navigated to this application setting page, which we can show the notification from here. Let's go back and try to send a notification. You can see the toast message. That seems to work fine. This was a general way of checking if the notifications are enabled or not. Beginning from API level 26, you can also check that if some notification channel is enabled or not. For that, let's quickly create another method. Inside this method, once again, I need to create my notification manager, but this time I don't need the compat version because it's going to be on API level 26. Let's call it manager is equal to, we need to define it this way. Get system service and we can pass notification manager.class as the key for this get system service method. But right now it's complaining, and the complaint is about the API version. It needs to be called from API level 23 and higher. We can overcome this problem by, let's say, create another if statement and check for different build version, or we can come before the declaration of this method and type at require API, this one in here, android.support.annotation, and we can pass the API version in here. For example, let's say 26. Now that we have annotated this method with this annotation, you can see the error is gone. It's basically the same as you check the build version manually. It's just a more convenient way. After defining the manager, we need to get the notification channel that we are going to check that if it's enabled or not. For that, I can say notification channel, let's call it channel, is equal to manager.get notification channel, and we need to pass the channel ID. For that, it's better to have different constants, but since I have defined my notification channel inside the app class and hard-coded the channel IDs, for example, this channel 1, I can copy them from here. We need to pass this ID in here. After that, we need to check that if the channel is null or not. If null is not equal to channel, inside this if statement, we can check that if our channel is enabled or not. And the way we do that is by saying if channel.getImportance is not equal to notification manager dot importance none. This means that if we have some importance for our channel and our channel is enabled. So in the else case, once again, we may want to alert the user with an alert dialog. Just a simple alert dialog builder with a title, a message, a negative button that will dismiss the dialog, and also a positive button in which in here I'm going to create my intent. I know for sure that the API version of the user's device is API level 26 and higher, so in here I can use intent is equal to new intent, and as the action I can pass action app notification setting. After that, intent.putExtra settings.extra app package and get package name as a value. But in here we need to add another extra as well. We can say intent.putExtra, and we can say settings.extra channel ID. This one in here. After that, we need to pass our channel ID, which once again I'm going to paste it in here. This way we will be navigated directly to that specific channel setting and not the application's notification setting. We just need to start our activity. After everything, let's just show our alert dialog, and let's call this method from inside the onClick listener. But in here I need to do another check, and that's for the API version. Let's say if build.version.sdkint is greater than equal build.versioncodes.o, then call this method. Let's say check notification channel setting, this one. Let's run our application. Make sure that your device is API level 26 and higher. Let's disable the channel 1 notification for our application. Right now the notifications are disabled. Let's enable them, and for the channel 1, let's disable the notifications. Let's run our application once again. This time, if we try to send a notification, we can see the dialog. Let's dismiss it. Let's send another notification. This time, if we try to enable the notifications, you can see that we are directly inside the channel 1 settings and not the notification setting in general. Let's enable this and let's send a notification. We haven't add any else case in here, but it seems to work fine. Okay, in this video I just wanted to talk about some small concepts like grouping different notifications, also grouping different notification channels, and also get the channel setting and notification setting, and tell the user if you need those notifications for your application. In the next video, I'm going to create a custom view for your notification that is possible in Android environment, and we are going to do it together in the next video. See you in the next video. As I said at the end of the previous video, in this video we are going to learn how to create a custom view for our notifications. But before we start implementing a custom view for our notifications, I need to say that it's highly discouraged to create a custom view, because in different screen sizes, in different level of APIs, your notification might seem different, and also its size might not work at all devices. For that reason, it's highly discouraged, and Android team says that you should implement a custom view for your notifications only when the existing notification styles are not working for you. Okay, for creating a custom view for our notification, we need to create two layout files. One for the collapsed version of your notification and one for the expanded version. Let's quickly create those two layout files. It's important to change this constraint layout to maybe a linear layout or relative layout. Later on, we will see that why I'm going to change this. Basically, we are going to create a remote view object which does not support constraint layout. So it's important to change this constraint layout to a relative layout or a linear layout. And also for the height of your relative layout, if it's the collapsed version of your notification, you need to set this height to maximum of 64 dp. And you can find these numbers by take a look at Android developers official website. Let's quickly take a look at that. If you take a look at this red box in here, you can see that for the collapsed view, the height is limited to 64 dp, and for the expanded view, it's limited to 256 dp. It's also another thing in here that I think it's good to take a look at. They say that if you are creating a custom layout for your notification, it's better to set the style of your notification to this decorated custom view style. Later on, we will see that how this style will change the look of our notification. Okay, let's go back to our application. For the collapsed version, I'm just going to create two text views. Let's also enable preview so that we could see what we are doing. And another text in here for the explanation. Okay, this would be the collapsed layout for our notification. Let's just press Ctrl-Alt-L in order to reformat our code. And let's quickly create another layout for the expanded version. I'm going to change the constraint layout from here to a relative layout. For the height, as we saw in the Android documentation, I'm going to say 256 dp. In here, I'm going to add a text view and an image view. Just a simple layout file with a text and also an image. But for the image in here, I have set the scale type to center crop, You can change it to whatever you want, or even you can delete it, but I think center crop would look nice. Okay, after creating your different layouts into our Java file, I'm going to create another method in order to issue a custom notification. Let's say private void send custom notification. Inside this method, first of all, I need to create an object of kind remote views, this one in here. It's like a remote input that we have saw previously in this session. Basically, whenever you are not inside your application, for example, if you are inside the notification drawer and you want to see a view, you need to create it via this remote view object. And as we saw before, whenever you wanted to send some input to your application, you needed to create an object of kind remote input. So in here, we need to create an object of kind remote views. The first one, let's call it collapsed view, is equal to new remote view. For the inputs of this constructor, first of all, we need the package name, and after that, the address of the layout, which I'm going to say r.layout.notification collapsed for the first one. We need to create the same view, the same remote view for our expanded view. Let's say remote views expanded view is equal to new remote views, get package name, and r.layout.notification expanded. Now that we have these two views, we can create our notification object. Like before, we can say notification compat.builder, let's call it builder, is equal to new notification compat.builder, this and channel ID. Set content text, which would be ignored this one, and also set content title, but I'm going to set them anyway. For the title, let's say notification, and for the text, let's say this is going to be ignored. Let's also set a priority for API lower than 26. Set priority to notification compat.priority high. And also let's set an icon, set small icon to r.drawable.icbell. After these attributes in here, I can say set custom content view, and I can pass my collapsed view in here. For the expanded view, I can say set custom big content view, and I can pass my expanded view. As simple as that. If you remember, in the Android documentation, they suggested that you need to set a style for your notification, but let's run the application this way and we will check the difference between setting and not setting that decorated style for our notification. Okay, let's issue this notification. Notification manager compat. We just need to call this method from inside the onClick listener. Let's comment this 3 line of code in here and let's call our method. Let's run our application and see how does it look. Let's send a notification. For some reason, this Pixel 2 is not showing me the heads up, even though I have set the importance of both the channel and this notification to high, but it's not showing me the heads up, so I can't see the collapsed version right now. But as you can see, this is the expanded version of our notification. If you want to see the collapsed version, you can set that decorated style in here. Let's say set style, and let's pass new decorated style notification compat.decorated custom view style. And let's run our application once again. Now we should see that collapsed version. Let's send a notification. This time, first of all, the expanded view, you can see that this notification and the time has been added in here. If you click on this arrow in here, you can see the custom notifications, the collapsed version. But as you can see, we are facing a problem in here, and the problem is that we can't see the description, and that's because the size of these two texts are more than 64 dp, and for that reason we are not able to see the whole collapsed version. Let's decrease the margin of this text in here. For example, let's delete this whole dp, 10 dp in here. Also, let's delete this 3 dp, and let's run our application once again. Now we should see the whole collapsed version. For these exact reasons, it's highly discouraged that you use a custom view for your notification, but if you want, you can use it this way. Now we can see the description. But what if you want to set an on-click listener for different items inside your custom notification? For that matter, you can create a pending intent like we did before, but before that we need to create an intent. Let's say is equal to new intent, this as the context, and main activity class as the destination of this intent. After that we need to create our pending intent is equal to pending intent dot get activity, this as the context, 0 as the request code, intent as the intent itself, and 0 as the flag. After creating this pending intent, you can call the remote views that you want. For example, I'm going to set the on-click listener for the text view of the expanded view. I can say expanded view dot set on-click pending intent, this one, and I can pass the ID of the view, in this case the text that I want to set the on-click listener for. For example, I can pass r.id.Billy was the name of that text view, and I need to pass my pending intent. Now if I run the application by clicking on the Billy text, we should navigate to main activity. Let's send a notification. Let's open the expanded view. If we click on Billy, we can navigate to main activity. If you want, you can change the image of that image view that we have created inside the expanded notification view. For example, in here I can say expanded view dot set image view bitmap. This one, you can see that we have different options in here. We can use the URI, or even we can use the resources. Like before, let's use the bitmap one. But like before, we need to first create our bitmap. I can say bitmap, let's call it bitmap, is equal to bitmap factory dot decode resources, get resources in here like before, and r.mipmap.billy as the resource ID. We have added this Billy item in here to our mipmap folder before in the previous video, so I have that option. And after creating this bitmap, I can pass it in here, but before that I need to pass the image view address. For that I can say r.id.image was the name of my image view. After that I need to pass the bitmap. Let's run our application and see if we have set this image to our image view. Let's send a notification and let's check the expanded view. As you can see, the image has been set to our image view successfully. If you remember at the beginning of this video, I said that we can't use constraint layout for remote views. And if you want to know why you can't use constraint layout, you can press down the control key on Windows or command key on Mac and hover over this remote views and click on it. You can see that the views that are supported by remote views are really limited. You can see that we are supporting linear layout, relative layout, and grid layout also, but we are not seeing constraint layout in here. Also for different widgets, you can see that all of them are not supported in here. There are really limited views that you can set as remote views. Okay, this was our notifications session. I have tried to cover everything that you may need in order to create and issue different notifications. As I promised a few times in this session, I will upload this source code at both my GitHub page and also my website at the links that you can see on the screen immediately after I finish off recording this video. Feel free to check them if you need. I haven't deleted a single line of code since beginning of the recording of this session. And also I'd like to see your comments on this project that we have started together.
In the next session, we are going to start working with different files. We will see how we can get different files, save different files, rename them, and all sort of working with different files. Working with files is going to be tricky and it can cause memory leaks really easily. So stay tuned for the next session in order to prevent those problems that you may face when you are working with different files. See you in the next session.